turned down, and would have had a fit if we couldn't record this for him. So, now, good morning. As chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public meeting is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We're utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of committees and select staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by going to the website address or dialing a phone number in the latest House or Senate calendar. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically as printed in the House calendar. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. D, adjourning the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Chris Shea and Jen Four are the meeting hosts. Joel Anderson is providing technical support. This is a revenue update for the House and Senate Ways and Means Committees so that the new legislature can hit the ground running in 2021. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. However, we do not intend to produce an official revenue estimate, so there will be no formal votes. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required by the right to know law. I will start with our Senate guests and then ask that our House Committee Clerk, Representative Malloy, do the House Ways and Means Committee roll call. Senator Feltes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Feltes at home. No one is in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator D'Alessandro. Who is muted?
Excuse me. Lou D'Alessandro. I'm at my home in Manchester and there's no one in the room.
Thank you. Senator Deitch.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Deitch. I am in my home in Peterborough and no one else is in the room with me.
Thank you for coming. Senator Morse.
Senator Morse, I'm in my office in Atkinson and no one else is in the room.
Thank you. And Senator Gaida.
I'm at home in my office alone and delighted to be back.
Glad to have you. Representative Malloy, could you call Ways and Means?
Yes, I'll do that. Representative Ames.
Yes, I'm here in Jeffrey in my home office alone.
Representative Carrick.
At home in Warner and alone except for my sleeping dog.
Representative Southworth.
Hi, Tom Southworth, alone at home in Dover.
Clerk Dennis Malloy, alone at home in Greenland. Representative Schamberg.
Tom Schamberg here in Wilmot. My wife is in her office. Other than that, I'm alone.
Representative Tucker.
You're muted.
she muted? She is.
Representative Tucker,
Yes, I'm here in Randolph alone.
Representative Bunker.
Hmm.
Representative Bunker,
Not seeing her.
Representative Gamarlo,
I'm here in Swansea in my office alone, but my husband might wander through at time.
Representative Griffith,
I'm here in my home in Windham alone.
I'm sorry, I'm calling for Willis Griffith.
Oh,
Oh,
Griffith.
Griffith. Okay.
Not here.
Representative Lockman, Representative Lockman, Representative Stringham,
I am in Fulshire, Texas. I'm here. There may be a granddaughter squawking by, but other than that, I'm alone.
Representative Alme,
Susan Helmy, home in my office, I guess you'd call it, in Lebanon, alone.
thank you. It's the roll.
Thank you very much. So we have just 3 absences. That's absolutely terrific.
I didn't call the Republicans on that list.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, it's really easy to forget us. We get along so well.
No, I apologize. It's been a while. I'm out of the groove here.
I think he's using the wrong list.
Representative Major,
Representative Major cannot attend today, but will listen.
Representative Griffin,
Yes, I'm here in my home alone in Windham.
Representative Ullery, Representative Ullery, Representative Abrami,
Pat Abrami, here alone in Stratham.
Representative Burns. Oh, he's
No longer with
no longer on. Sorry. Representative Doucette,
Good morning. I'm here in Salem, my home office alone.
Representative Edwards,
Jess Edwards in Auburn, sitting in my lazy boy. My wife will wander by occasionally to give me fresh coffee.
Representative Burstein,
Good morning, everyone. I'm in Nottingham, New Hampshire, alone in my home office.
so what that total is,
And on Representative Lang, I understand has been added to the committee, though he doesn't seem to show up on the lists. But he doesn't seem to be here either.
He was aware of it. He was aware of the meeting.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So he might show up later.
Right.
Okay.
so that's 14 in attendance, 6 absent.
Thank you. That does give us a quorum. So, thank you all very much for coming. I hope everyone's received the documents for the meeting, which are listed at the LBAO website at www.gencourt.state.nh.us/LBA/revenues/FY 2020_revenues.ASPX. We will be discussing with the DRA this morning and with other agencies whose revenues may have shown changes since June in the afternoon after a half-hour break for lunch or at 1 p.m., whichever is later. Chris Shea from the LBAO will be our guide, and Jen 4 will help me recognize questions from the participants. You can ask a question or make a comment by raising your hand at the bottom of the participants tab. Jen, can you bring Lindsay Stepp, Carolyn Lear, Melissa Rollins, and if there's anyone else we already have from DRA. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner at the Department of Revenue Administration. Melissa Rollins, Senior Financial Analyst, will be co-presenting with me today. Very happy to be here. I'm going to take just a moment to share my screen so you can see what we'll be talking through. And again, this is the same document that was provided to the LBA, I believe was also shared with all of you. So bear with me for one moment. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yeah. Yes.
PDF of our presentation. Okay, perfect. So as I said, we're happy to be here today. We'll be going through the larger DRA taxes. And Madam Chair, if it works for you, I might suggest that we stop at the end of each tax and take any questions relevant to that tax before we proceed to the next. Just because you'll see that our conversation will be very different depending on the taxes that we're talking about this morning.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That sounds good.
Okay, great. So our estimates were calculated based on fiscal year 21 plan, based on currently available data. This data either through October or November, depending on the tax type. And we made our plan amount, or we adjusted the plan amounts based on the expectation and results that revenues have been impacted by the COVID pandemic over the past few months. We gave consideration to the different payment types that we received within a tax type, the tax periods for which we are receiving revenue, and how the payments may again be affected by COVID.
Hey, Lindsay.
Sure.
Lindsay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you bump up the size of your screen one?
Oh, sure. Good suggestion.
There you go. That's beautiful. Thank you.
You're very
part of it's there. Thank you. Was off screen.
Can everybody mute, because I keep hearing this scratchiness and I can't hear Lindsay. Please, did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll note before I begin is that these estimates are subject to change. As you may remember, back in May, we presented fiscal year 21 revenue estimates, and you'll see today that our estimates have changed significantly since that time. So no promises about what the future will hold. We're doing our best to provide accurate estimates, but obviously, as we discussed last time, there's no roadmap for how this pandemic will impact revenues. And so we're constantly taking in additional information, reviewing the revenue that we have received to date, and updating our projections appropriately. I will note that I was attending a regional tax administrators conference last week or the week before, and spoke with commissioners for the other New England and Northeast states. And many mentioned the same sentiment. When they originally did their revenue projections, they were projecting significant shortfalls, and revenues to date have been surprising in that they're performing better than what we originally expected. So we're not alone in this boat, trying to figure out where revenues are headed. But I hope that you will take the time to understand what we talked through today, and obviously provide us with any feedback if there's other things that you'd like us to consider. Okay, moving forward. The first thing I wanted to talk about, just to kind of set the stage, is the fiscal 2020 anomalous receivable, which is a total of $30.8 million. And I wanted to make sure everyone understood kind of what produced this, or why we have an anomalous receivable, and then what produced it. So as part of the state's year-end financial reporting, which the state produces the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or the CAFR, which is our audited financial statements. Revenues that are received are converted from a cash basis to an accrual basis. And what that means is we look at the revenues that we receive during the first 60 days of the new fiscal year. So in our case, July and August. We look at July and August revenues, and we determine how much of those revenues that we've received really are attributable to underlying activity in the prior fiscal year. So an easy example for this would be business taxes. Business taxpayers provide quarterly estimated payments. If we received an estimated payment in July, that's really for underlying activity that occurred in June, April, May, and June of the prior year, which is the prior fiscal year. So we would take that estimate and we would pull it back to the prior year. We do this every year. The amounts are typically pretty consistent, so they have a pretty minimal impact when you look from a cash to an accrual basis. However, in 2020, obviously things need to be different. So what happened in 2020, it was most significant in business taxes and in the interest and dividends tax. As you may remember, the federal government extended the due dates from April 15th to July 15th. Here in New Hampshire, we extended our due dates from April 15th to June 15th. And one of the reasons for doing that was to keep all of the revenue within the same fiscal year. However, we did have a number of taxpayers that still followed the July 15th date. So we received a fair amount of revenue for business taxes and interest and dividends tax in July, which is a large contributor to the 30.8 million of anomalous receivable. Obviously, that is an anomaly that does not happen every year, and it was not what we anticipated because, as I said, our date was moved forward to June 15th. We have some small other anomalous receivables, and these are really just due to timing issues. We needed to provide estimates to the Department of Administrative Services in July before July 15th, and so we didn't have all of the revenues in, so our estimates were slightly off from where the actuals came in. But again, really the majority is due to many taxpayers following the July 15th date. This produced the anomalous receivable. So these amounts will show in the fiscal year 2020 CAFR for revenues. They are also showing in fiscal year 21 cash basis revenues, because when we look at a cash basis, we reflect the amounts that we receive at any given time. So we have done our estimates, including the anomalous receivables in fiscal year 21, because that'll be consistent with what you see in the revenue focus, because again, cash basis compared to plan. However, when we move to the next step, and we can have this conversation again at that time, when we move to the next step of using fiscal year 21 as a base for 22 and 23, we will want to take these anomalous receivables out of the fiscal year 21 amounts before applying our growth rates for 22 and 23. I know this is probably, or could be a new concept for a lot of folks, so I'll pause here for a minute and answer any questions.
I had just a question, Commissioner. If this was revenue that would otherwise been assumed to have been received earlier in the year, but just received later in the year, if it was consistent with being received in this year, why wouldn't we use it potentially as part of the base moving forward?
So this is revenue that we would have had anticipated receiving in fiscal year 20. We received it late in 21, but we don't expect it to be late again. So we expect this revenue to come in timely in April of this year.
Okay, got it.
Included the anomalous receivable, we'd essentially count it twice.
Got it. Yep. Thanks.
I also have a question which may actually belong to the comptroller rather than you. On these 30.8 million will show up in the CAFR for 20. When do they disappear from the official documents for 21?
So they will show in the cash basis documents for 21 all the way through, and then we will reverse it and put the new accrual in for the fiscal year 21 CAFR.
So it will only show up when we get to the preliminary accrual statement in next June, next
Correct.
July.
Correct.
Thank you.
Lindsay, Pat Abrami, hi.
Hi.
Is it true that these are revenues that were really generated in 2019, profits that's been taxed? for both the business tax and the interest and dividends?
Correct. These would be, well, it could be a variety of things, but especially for amounts that we received in July, as I said, those are likely extension payments or estimate payments that would have been due in April, and the date would be extended to July.
Right. I mean, and what I'm getting at is that a lot of these revenues were generated pre-COVID.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, the underlying tax period for a lot of them would be pre-COVID. However, it could be estimated payments at the beginning of COVID, but certainly the return or extension payments would be for tax year 2019, as you said.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hearing no other questions, we will move into the specific taxes, and I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to start with meals and rentals.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So this layout should look pretty similar to what you've seen before. We tried to keep it pretty consistent from our last revenue estimate presentation we gave you. We have up top, we did produce ranges this time, which you're familiar with us because we typically do that. However, I think our last ones, we did not do estimate ranges. But because we're unsure as to where fiscal year 21 could end, based on how the next 6 months go, we felt like we'd give you that low and high range like you've seen in prior years past. The top portion, we have our DRA revised fiscal year 21 estimate ranges, low and high, and some explanation as to where we got or how we got to those numbers. And then in the next section, we have factors to consider, which just give some bullet points and high level notes on what you might want to factor in when choosing your revenue estimates. And then you'll see when we get to the next page, or sometimes it's on the same page, we actually show you the breakout of the adjustments each month compared to plan for the high and the low, as well as a chart that is just sort of a snippet from the first chart that Lindsay went over that shows you plan and then our high and low estimate compared to plan. So I just want to make you comfortable with the layout as we get started, because you'll see this through each tax that we go through. And I'm going to sort of bounce around on the slides to just what sort of makes sense on how we go. So starting off with meals and rentals tax, just as a note, the historical breakdown of the components between the meals and rentals tax is typically 80% for meals, 17% for rooms, and then 3% for motor vehicles. This tax obviously has been pretty impacted by COVID-19. Fiscal year to date, we're 35.8 million or 23.3% below plan. And then fiscal year to date, we're 26.5 million or 18.4 million below prior year. That's as of October. That does not include the November numbers. What we have so far for November, we're going to be we're probably somewhere between 14 to 15% below plan. As you know, COVID-19 has had an effect, a pretty good effect on selling meals and rentals, renting rooms and renting motor vehicles, coupled with unemployment rates and consumer confidence. We had sort of the state shutdown had occurred and has since opened back up. But as you know, COVID-19 numbers are rising, which is obviously going to impact the winter months and consumer spending. With this tax, we also wanted to note that we've seen some shifts in this tax, especially when we saw the shutdown. There was a large shift from sit-down restaurants. Of course, those were partially closed, internal or partially closed to people going into the restaurants. So we saw the shift of fast food to fast food restaurants, and then we saw similar shifts for hotels as those were opened back up to people staying at camps and cottages or doing online platforms versus staying at the big hotels. So just some stats for this tax. For September activity, which was reported in October, fast food was up 9.6%. ahead of prior year. So they had returned to normal and actually exceeded where they were at prior to COVID. Restaurant full services were down 6.4% compared to prior year. So obviously they have made some pretty good gains, but they haven't returned back to normal. And then the total food industry, which includes the restaurant and the fast foods, are down 4.6%. And then looking at the other large category, the hotels, rental agents, so your online platforms, those are up 86.7% compared to prior year. So that's that shift that I was just talking about. Whereas hotels, just your standard hotels, are down 29.6%. So I think because of the pandemic, people are sort of shifting how they are doing sort of their staycations or their vacations, and probably feeling more comfortable in a smaller setting than in a large setting. So I just wanted to give you some background on that and sort of let you know where we're at, so then I can discuss the highs and lows. So
could you send us an email with those percentages that you just mentioned?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Melissa, it looks like Senator Deach has a question.
Okay. Go ahead, Senator Deach.
Thank you, Commissioner. My question is, have any of your projections included the potential cut in the meals and rooms tax or rentals tax? I know that people are thinking that the elasticity of restaurant meals is 2.3, so that, you know, by cutting the tax, you're going to decrease it or increase the income for that. But given that the reason, well, in the past on the cigarettes, we seem to have found that cutting the tax is not the same as cutting the price. And secondly, if the problem is not the price, but a fear of COVID, is cutting it going to, what would your estimate be on whether or not lowering the tax rate is going to increase the revenues?
Yeah, so just as an important note, when we do our estimates, we do it on current law. We don't factor in proposed adjustments to any bills or taxes. So it's a great question. Just to get that out there right up front, this is all based on current law and not based on any proposed bills that have come through. I don't have an answer for you yet on an analysis of how the M&R tax rate would perform if cut. I do know I have heard it in the news being proposed, but I don't think DRA has seen anything yet or has done a proposal on what M&R tax would look like or perform if there was a tax cut, excuse me.
Thank you.
Representative Abrami has a question as well.
Hey, Melissa, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So this is, I know the answer to the question, but someone asked me this the other day. I just want to make sure. When we're talking plan here, and then for all the other slides that have plan on it, we are talking about the budgeted plan, unadjusted by any of our other estimates that we did in the spring. This is the budgeted number that was originally adopted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point. I thought that was the answer, but someone asked me and I said, well, I don't think it was adjusted. But so we're talking about against the plan that we came up with almost 2 years ago.
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Yeah. Thank you.
That's a great question. We have done estimates. There's been some numbers put out there, but as of right now, the plan is still the official plan.
Right. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so moving on to DRA revised fiscal year 21 estimate ranges.
Melissa, I'm sorry. It looks like Representative Almy wants to get into.
Sorry, I can't see when there's a hand raised. So.
Right, and I'm having trouble remembering which one is which on mute and unmute. Yes, and I'd heard that too, and followed it up just to make sure. And we are operating on the original ones. I would like to remind everybody that when we did the original ones, at least when it left the House, and I think partially still after it left the Committee of Conference, we had programmed in a reduction in activity for this year on the idea that there must be some kind of recession coming sometime. So that the plan is a little bit lower than it would have been if we'd been thinking that the economy was going to continue to go gangbusters.
Okay. Any further questions before I go on or statements? Okay. So back to the low. So our low adjustment is 94.6 million or 24% below plan. These reductions were made based on past M&R performance, really over the last couple of months. They were also anticipated with seeing deeper losses in colder months and a slower recovery as it tends to warm in the spring and a vaccine is made more available to the public. So in order to get this low point in revenues, we adjusted revenues to mirror December through April, which essentially was what we saw for August revenue, which is July activity, which is a loss of 25%, with a recovery similar to what we saw through October and November of 19% and 17%. Oh, excuse me, a loss of negative 25%. For October and November, and then we sort of decreased that loss, like we said, as consumer confidence gains to a loss of negative 19% and negative 17% for May and June. And again, you'll be able to see this on the next slide. You'll be able to see how these months sort of trend out. So you can see the comparison each month compared to low and high. And then for our high point of where we thought estimates could potentially fall, again, we base this revenue over the last month. So each month for M&R, we have slowly seen some gains from a low of 55% in May, which was a loss compared to prior year, for April activity, to the best month that we had was a loss of 11%, which was in October. So you could see we had seen some gains. So with our high, we trended that out and made it similar to what we expect to see this month. So we adjusted revenue to continue that 15% loss for winter and spring months, which is what we'll see for November. And then we're accelerating that gain to a 10% loss starting in April. So we're anticipating, again, in the higher months that we're not going to drop much lower than what we're seeing right now for activity. And then we'll see it pick up in April as people start to come out. There's a vaccine and people start to become more comfortable with venturing out and staying at hotels and restaurants again. So Lindsay, if you want to go to the next slide. Thanks. And here you can see that trend that we were talking about. In the first chart is fiscal year, the first half of it is fiscal year 21 actual. This does include the anomalous revenue. So you can see where the trends were going from a negative 34% to 25%, 17 to 19. And then for fiscal year 21 to plan, these are our estimates. So the top numbers, the negative 15% for November and ending at a negative 17% for June. That's the low. That's what we just spoke about, where we anticipate this month being a negative 15% and then dropping down in the winter months to a bigger loss of negative 25% and then sort of coming back out of it in May and June, equaling a total loss for the year of negative 24%. And then for the meals and rentals high, that's the line below that. Again, you can see we keep November at the 15%, but then we sustain that loss through March, not dropping any lower than where we're at today, and then bringing it back up earlier than our low in April at a negative 10% and continuing that for the rest of the year to being only a loss of 19%. So that's sort of the fluctuation that we could see again, we're sort of in a weird time. It's hard to totally predict where these are going to go, how this virus is going to continue to spread, and what consumer activity is going to look like. And then the next chart below, again, is, like I stated before, is just a portion of the original chart that Lindsay spoke to that has where fiscal year 20 was, and then fiscal year 21, what it looks like compared to plan, and then our high and low and what that number is compared to plan. Happy to answer any questions on this tax before we move on.
Yeah, Melissa, I don't see how we can get anywhere near that high. The November number is October activity. We were in Indian summer during most of October. It was really weird. It was very nice, but a lot of people actually came out that month as the weather continued, at least in my area, and it ate outside in the restaurants, knowing that that was their last chance to do it for 6 months, at least. And then they've all disappeared now that it's winter again, into their houses and are not going to restaurants. I think that December is going to look like you think it's going to look. That is the November activity. And I don't see how through those winter months when people would have to eat inside the restaurants, that there's not going to be more loss.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Representative Elman. And I think we took some consideration into that, but I think one point that I sort of glossed over that I should note is something that we did see that was kind of interesting when the stay-at-home orders took place, is that I think we did see restaurants make this shift pretty quickly and pretty impressively into being takeout restaurants that we didn't see before. So I know a lot of restaurants in my area that were strictly sit-in, they didn't do a large takeout business at all, have now made these accommodations to do a better takeout. They've come up with these new and innovative, ideas to have these boxes or meal preps or just these different ideas that were not present for them back before COVID started. So that might help sustain some of the loss rather than them completely shutting down like they did in the earlier months. Just something to note.
Yes. I was looking at the Department of Employment Security numbers, and this one I think was from a national survey that included New Hampshire. And for small businesses in leisure and hospitality, we are still in November at 51% revenue loss. Though on the employment as of the 7th of November was 91% of 2019 for restaurants and bars and 97% in lodging. So 87% in lodging. So that lodging, of course, is a very much smaller part of this tax. But it does seem difficult to me to get up to the high. So Representative Brahmi has a question.
Yeah, I just have a question, Melissa, or Carol. Anyway, so has this been passed by the Restaurant Association or get some reaction from the industry on some of your assumptions?
This is our first presentation of this.
Okay.
Out to the public.
Let me say something I think Ways and Means would probably want to do. Even earlier, the better, probably. But thank you.
Although, Melissa, do you want to comment on the conversations you have with the Restaurant and Lodging Association with respect to the reopening task force?
Oh, sure. Good point, Lindsay. We did do a presentation for the reopening task force that Lindsay just spoke to, and the Restaurant and Lodging Association were in attendance. We did talk about what we have seen and how quick we dropped down in our April revenues, like I said, to that negative 55%, and then how much we have recovered and how quickly we sort of recovered, or fast we recovered. I know we're not back to normal, but it was a lot quicker than we had anticipated. And part of that trend, I'm looking at the sort of what we had presented. Part of that trend was that we weren't seeing as many closed restaurants as we thought we were going to see for that March through August timeframe. I think most people thought we were going to see this massive drop in restaurants, and it sort of seems like what we had seen. And I think part of this was due to maybe the Main Street Relief Fund, the Self-Employment Livelihood Fund, and some of that government stimulus money, is that we saw a drop in their revenues, but it seems like more restaurants had come back than anticipated. And when we did do the presentation, the restaurant industries were on the phone, and they didn't have any comments for us at that point based on what we were seeing or what we were anticipating seeing. So they did have some idea of what we were looking at. Again, we didn't have the high and low numbers that we have at this point, but I do think that Lindsay has a good point. It's important to note that we didn't see as many closures that we had, that we thought we were going to anticipate. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on that as the months continue to grow, but it felt like New Hampshire was a little bit insulated compared to what other states had seen in terms of closures and the loss of activity and the return of activity for the meals and rentals tax.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks.
Any other questions on M&R, or are we ready to move forward? Okay. On to the tobacco tax. This might give me, there we go. Okay, good. We're able to get it all on the same screen. For the tobacco tax, I'll go through everything in a similar way to Melissa. So our breakdown of revenue is primarily due to the sale of cigarette pack stamps. So 92% of revenue is from cigarette stamps, which you'll see on the bottom of packages of cigarettes, and 8% is from other tobacco products. And that can be your e-cigarettes now, that can be your loose tobacco products, things of that nature. So fiscal year to date, we are 15 million or 20.4% ahead of plan. And we are 16.1 million or 22.2% ahead of prior year. The tobacco tax has been a bit of a shining light when it comes to revenues. We're seeing a little bit of an opposite effect where COVID is not resulting in a decrease of revenue, but instead is resulting in increased revenue. We saw this at the beginning of the pandemic, where it appeared as though the wholesalers who are responsible for purchasing the tobacco tax stamps were kind of stocking up on stamps. I think due to some uncertainty about what the pandemic was going to bring, were they going to be able to continue to access the DRA in order to purchase their stamps? So there was a bit of a stock up. It appears as though they utilized some of that inventory, but then we've seen them stock up again. There's a variety of theories out there, one of which is, although smoking is not a good correlation to your ability to recover from COVID, there are other people saying that given the stress and anxiety around the pandemic, that it is not the most conducive time for folks to decide to quit smoking either. So we have seen positive stamp sales. There's another point that I would like to mention, which is the state of Massachusetts in June banned mentholated and other flavored tobacco products. And we believe we've seen a pretty significant increase in revenue due to that. And again, I was speaking to the commissioner in the state of Rhode Island, and Rhode Island is seeing similar increases in mentholated and flavored tobacco tax sales in their state as well. So the increase that we've seen is consistent with the timing of the ban in Massachusetts. And as many of you know, especially those that have been on the committee for quite some time, New Hampshire has a lot of cross-border tobacco tax sales. If you were to take our tobacco tax sales and do a new per capita rate of smoking based on the population of New Hampshire, it would be a very staggering amount. Which is not true. Given the fact that we have the lowest tobacco tax rate in New England, we see a significant number of cross-border sales. So we sell into Massachusetts and other New England states quite a bit. So in order to produce our ranges, our low is 32.1 million, or 16% ahead of plan. And this is based on the numbers continuing to increase, but starting to slow their usage of tobacco products. This is potentially due to more people becoming unemployed, having less disposable income, also not willing to venture out, or the inability to come into New Hampshire to purchase their tobacco products and then returning to their home state. For instance, in Massachusetts now, you're required to quarantine if you come into New Hampshire. So that may have an impact on the tobacco tax, and that's what we're trying to reflect with our low amount. With our high amount, which is 43.6 million, or 22% ahead of plan, this would be if we continue on the same path that we're on. People continue to smoke, potentially smoke more, continue to stock up, and the cross-border sales continue at the rates that we are currently seeing. So at the bottom part of the page, again, this is very consistent with the layout from the other taxes. You'll see we anticipate between a 16 to 25% increase compared to plan for the winter months. That does slow to 11% or 20% for the high as we come into the spring, as again, we kind of come out of the pandemic, and hopefully people do start smoking less. And that produces the 16% ahead of plan versus the 22% ahead of plan. The chart at the bottom will show you our plan is 201.2, and we are estimating between 233.3 or 244.8, somewhere between 32.1 and 43.6 million ahead of plan. We have spent some time looking at this because, as folks know, if you've been on this committee for a while, tobacco tax consistently has a 3% decrease year over year. So this is definitely out of the norm for us to be seeing an increase in the tobacco tax. But at this point in time, this is what we are estimating. I'm happy to take any questions.
I have a question. It's Pat again. So do you have a sense of how much is the menthol cigarettes? I think because usually we go back and look at a couple of years, and menthol is, the Massachusetts gift again is a real anomaly that, I mean, it's going to go on forever, I guess. It'd be very helpful to get a sense of how much of the 30 million above projection or 35 million above projection was due to the menthol cigarettes being not being sold in Massachusetts anymore.
Sure, that's a great point. We don't collect that information at the time that we sell the stamps, but we can reach out to our wholesalers as we come into the next few months before doing final revenue estimates and get a sense from them what they're seeing in terms of increases in their mentholated products.
Okay.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could follow up on that, if they could give us some idea of how much of these increased sales is within 10 miles of the border, that would be a help also, I think, because I don't think they're going to want to come very far into New Hampshire. I do think that despite unless they're going to have state troopers at every road along the border, the people are still going to be coming in from Massachusetts to get the menthol.
Sure, we can try to get some anecdotal evidence with respect to that. In that case, we'd be looking to the retailers to find out what they're seeing in terms of those retailers along the border. So we can try to get some information with respect to that as well.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions on tobacco tax? No? Okay. On to interest and dividends tax. Melissa.
All right, so another positive one. We like these revenues that are performing well, especially during this time. All right, interest and dividends tax, just for a little bit of background. This tax has some components that it's made up of. For tax year 2018, 40% of this tax was made up of taxable annuities or actual cash and property distributions. 38% was made up of dividend income. 15% was made up of interest income, and 8% is federal tax exempt interest income. Just so you know, when we're looking at different areas and what we're talking about, that's how the tax is broken down for the most completed tax year. So as I said, this tax is performing well. Fiscal year to date, we're 20.1 million or 84.5% ahead of plan. This is one of those taxes though, however, I'd like to point out that Lindsay had stated that has some anomalous receivable revenue in it. So about 9.2% of that 20.1 million is money that should be sort of tossed back into fiscal year 20. But even doing so, tossing those funds back, you can tell that we're still up a fair amount compared to plan, about 10 million. And then, so fiscal year to date, ahead of prior year is 19.8 million or 82.2%, again, with that 9.2 million in there. But even taking that out, this tax seems to be doing well. I do want to point out with this tax, for most of you guys on Ways and Means, you know that this tax is sort of all over the place. If you looked at a 20-year trend, some of our taxes are very linear and they sort of go very smoothly up or down. And this tax sort of has some big peaks and valleys and can have some pretty good swings year over year. This is a tax that, again, has 38% of it is made up of some dividend income. So when the stock market is doing well, you'll see some positivity in this tax, which the stock market is doing well or has been doing well through this pandemic. So obviously this tax is impacted by that. Right now, people tend to have more money in their bank. So that is the interest income portion of that. We do know that interest rates are low, but still the more money in the bank produces more interest, which produces more revenue for us. And then, as I said, so far this tax appears to be unaffected by COVID-19 to date. Every month it has exceeded plan. It hasn't fallen below plan yet. So we definitely took that into consideration when we were doing our highs and lows and factored that in. So looking up to our fiscal year 21 estimate ranges, we have a low of 16.4 million or 14% ahead of plan and a high of 23.8 million or 20% ahead of plan. As you can see, we don't anticipate this tax falling below plan for the next 6 months or any massive reduction. So the way we got to the 16.4 million or 14% ahead of plan is we adjusted December through June to be a negative 4% below plan. This equates the estimated loss of GDP for the year of a negative 3 to negative 4% below prior year. And how we sort of justified this or looked at it is that we could see this potential loss for these months in the final true up of the fourth quarter estimate payment or these returns coming through. So we have 3 of the 4 estimate payments in already, and we know those have been performing well. What we don't know is what the January payment is going to look like. So that's the fourth quarter estimate payment. It could potentially do well, which is what we anticipated in our high estimate. But there also is, we did want to be cautious and note that some people could now be really like looking into things and again, truing up that last quarter estimate payment. So that's where the 3 to 4% loss came in for the estimate piece of it. And then the other piece of it is obviously the returns and extension payments that will be coming in April. Again, we anticipate in our low that there might be a loss on these returns as taxpayers are truing up their income versus what they actually reported to us if they had paid too much or had requested refunds. So again, we anticipated a 4% loss for the December through June payments in the low range, which still results in us being ahead of plan. And then for the high, which was the 20% of plan, we adjusted November through June to be 4% ahead of plan. This equals to about 4%, the 4% growth we saw in September, which was the last estimate payment we received in the largest month we had in this current fiscal year. So again, that's definitely a possibility where we're going to end up. But we wanted to make sure that we didn't get too excited about this just continuing to grow when we do know that there could be a possibility of it being adjusted for those the next 6 months as the true-ups start to happen. Lindsay, if you could go to the next slide.
Melissa, it looks like Senator Deach has a question before you go on.
Sure.
Oh, I can wait till after she goes through this.
Okay. And this just, for the visual people, this just makes it a little bit more easy to see what we're chatting about. For our low, we have a 0 to 4% for November, having November be flat and then decreasing December through June, like I spoke about, at that negative 4%, which was matching around the GDP. And then for our high, again, a 4% growth every month compared to plan, equaling a 20% growth compared to plan at the end of the year versus the 14% growth compared to plan. That equates to ending up, our plan would be 116.9, and then our low would be 133.3 million, and our high would be 140.7 million. Happy to answer your question now, Senator Deach.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. So my question is, given that people can now choose to divert their taxes into educational scholarships, what is the estimate for how much of that diversion will be taking place?
Sure, that's a good question. So that was implemented where they could use interest and dividends tax against the education tax credit last year or two years ago, and they could use it on the last year's return. We did not, although there was a lot of talk and some speculation that we were going to see a large increase of people donating to take advantage of the tax credit, especially in the I&D area, we have not seen that large spike as anticipated. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do remember reporting to the expenditure committee on that, and it was minimal in terms of affecting the revenues thus far. I do also administer that tax at the Department of Revenue, and we have not, for this year, again, have not seen a large spike for individual taxpayer donations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I put my hand up. I don't know if you can see it.
Representative Edwards has a question, Melissa.
Yeah, it's Representative Edwards. Melissa, I appreciate the question, particularly when you probably hadn't prepared for the question about the educational donations. But would you mind just sending us via email your best quantitative estimate when you get a chance? No hurry.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Are there any other questions before we move on?
I would like to ask, is there any research on the relationship between the dividends paid out in December, which are a very large part of the dividends, and on the stock market? I find I'm always surprised every year, up or down.
Do you mean, do we see them in the January estimate payment?
No, actually, it wouldn't be in our numbers. It would be in research on the stock market, economic research on the stock market.
Right, so are you looking to understand the potential correlation between the stock market and then what's paid in dividends in December?
Yes.
Specifically. Yeah, we haven't looked into that because we don't know the timing necessarily of when the dividends are paid. We just have the total amount of dividends. But if we come across that in anything that we're doing as part of our research, we'll be sure to share that with you.
Well, they do produce reports on the amount of dividends paid by the major corporations, I believe. And I do know as a person that the dividends all land in December.
Once the businesses know how their years have
It's
gone.
something like 5 or 10% at the most that come any other time.
Sure, yeah, if we come across anything with respect to that, we'll be certain to share that.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the communication services tax. So this, I think, could be a pretty quick conversation. CST is performing very close to plan. We're just about 400,000 or 2.9% below plan for fiscal year to date, and slightly ahead of prior year, 200,000 or 1.5%. One thing to note, which might help to explain why we're below plan but ahead of prior year, this is the second year of VoIP and prepaid calling cards being taxable. We did anticipate approximately 2.5 million of additional revenue in the surplus statement for fiscal year 21. So it looks like maybe we're just performing slightly below what we anticipated with respect to the surplus statement amounts, at least to date. Our estimate here, we didn't feel the need to produce a range since we're so close to plan and so close to prior year. So our estimate is about just under $1,900,000 or 2% below plan by the end of the year. We're just continuing this approximate 2% loss from plan. We're just projecting that out through the end of the year. What we think we have going on here, like I said, is a potential either underutilization or VoIP, maybe as people are not sitting at their businesses, which businesses are very large users of VoIP, or we may have just slightly overestimated the additional revenue that would come in from VoIP and prepaid calling cards. And that being offset, obviously, by increased online video usage, as we're doing today, online video platforms and the taxability relative to those. We talked about that and sent the committee some information about that with our prior presentation. So all in all, CST looks to be just about $1 million under plan by the end of the year. And again, we didn't feel the need to produce a higher low range given just that small change.
Lindsay, could you remind us again of how you tax video conferencing? Is it when I pay my $100 or whatever it is a year, or when someone pays $14 a month, is that what the tax is applied to?
Melissa may know more specifically. I haven't looked into any of the individual providers and any of their individual returns, but to the extent that it's two-way communication, that is taxable. But I, at least initially, don't have an exact answer to your question. And if Melissa doesn't, we can certainly get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, the minimal part that I can add is, like Lindsay said, we did look into this. I think you had a question for us, I don't know, 6 months back or so, Representative Almy, or maybe 5 months back when this started to verify that it was taxable. And we did run everything through audit to verify that it is taxable, and it does flow through on these corporations' returns, how each of them assess it, whether it's assessed on the bill or they're just building in. I'm unsure as to that answer.
So we can try to get some more information for you on that.
Thank you.
This is Pat again, Lindsay or Melissa, either. This is the landline tax, correct? For the most part?
Correct.
Right, and which we know is dying. So I'm sure the part of the negativity on this is that trying to figure out, less and less people have landlines now. We talk about this every year, and really don't see any recovery on that end. So, but it's, I'm even surprised it's only -2.
did a pretty good job with our estimate 2 years ago,
Yeah, we did. I think we did. So I think you guys were very, very good at this. So, all right, but we're dealing with a tax here that's really dying slowly before us. I mean, there'll still always be landlines, but, especially businesses. But I mean, I even got rid of my landline a while ago, but because I just got junk mail on it. So, voicemails. So anyway, but again, we're dealing with a tax that on its own, forget about the virus, is dying a slow death. Is that a correct statement?
Or certainly part of the tax, the landlines, as we have all talked about, are certainly decreasing. The addition of VoIP and prepaid calling cards from 2 years ago is helping to bolster that tax. And we did anticipate, and there are amounts in the surplus statement for additional revenue for that. And as time goes on, we'll see how those specific revenue streams perform. But our hope, I think, or our thought is that over time, this will become more stable as opposed to the decline that we were seeing.
Good, thank you.
It's Valmy again. Maybe I asked this 5-6 months ago too, but I have my landline is a cable line, and a lot of us now have switched to cable as for our phones because it's part of a package. I drilled down, which took a lot of time, into my Comcast bill a few years ago and discovered that they were out of something like $200 and something a month that they charged me. I was paying $7 for the phone part of it. They arbitrarily allocate a very small amount to the phone because that one gets taxed. And I don't think there's anything we can do about that. But so those of us that still have landlines when we're on cable, it's a nothing.
Right, and you're right, they do tend to package them as part of a package deal, cable, internet, and phone. And they kind of throw the phone in there. And I'm not surprised by what you found when you drilled down that the lowest percent allocation was to the phone. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to real estate transfer tax.
All right, real estate transfer tax. This one has been performing well. Again, we like to throw this in the positive bucket. Fiscal year to date, we are a little over $500,000 or a little under 1% ahead of plan. And fiscal year to date compared to prior year, we're $3 million or 4.8% ahead of plan. What's important to note with that, even though those numbers look low, is that we did have a $5 million transfer, I think in September, to the Affordable Housing Fund, which was new. This is something new that was put into statute. So typically that has not happened in prior years past. So if you added that transfer, that $5 million that we've already taken out of the revenue back in, we'd be $5.6 million ahead of plan or $8 million ahead of prior year. So I just think that's important to note so you can see that it is doing better than just that a little over $500,000 above plan. This tax, there's been sort of a lot of press around it. People are watching it because it has been doing really well. Obviously, what factors into the real estate transfer tax is the availability of housing and property values. As those property values continue to increase, obviously the real estate transfer tax being paid will increase. Same with the amount of sales that are going through will impact how much tax is being paid. We do know that there's talk that we have a housing shortage, and trying to factor in when we'll feel that effect has been challenging, but we try to do our best with our high and low ranges. Also with this tax, we know that mortgage interest rates are being historically low, and they seem to be continuing that way. There's this new virtual home sales that I don't think New Hampshire had really seen prior to the pandemic. I had sat on a couple conference calls with realtors concerning this, and it was so interesting to hear them speak about, as the pandemic happened, they were quickly throwing together these virtual home sales, and they were talking about how they were selling these homes to people coming from Massachusetts, and they were buying homes without even seeing them. They were doing everything through virtual walkthroughs. And again, just something different that you wouldn't think of buying a house based on what you saw through a video versus actually stepping into the house. That plays a little bit of a factor into our revenue estimates, because when the pandemic first started, this was brand new and wasn't, I think, readily available or widely used. Whereas as you fast forward now, these 5 months or so, this is definitely something that I think will help realtors through the winter months and sort of keep those home sales going as restrictions potentially come up for out-of-state travel. This obviously factors to consider for this obviously is how is the recovery of the economy going, how is the unemployment rate going, and then consumer confidence. Obviously, if people think they're not going to keep their jobs through these winter months, or we think unemployment is going to increase or decrease, that will obviously affect this tax. Again, RET continues to perform well with large gains. However, we keep hearing about this inventory shortage that we're waiting to see when this will run out, as well as potentially some stunted construction in the winter months. Might make some buyers weary of holding off until come spring and there's a vaccine. We did put some numbers in here at the bottom of this, factors to consider. We often look at New Hampshire Association of Realtors website to sort of say what they're saying. They have a great summary every month and every quarter of what things are looking like. So I believe this was based on the October, it was reported in October based on September sales. So they were saying, despite any tightening of lending standards and high unemployment, buyers are out in full force this fall, showing amazing resilience in the middle of the pandemic. And then there are just some stats about new listing for single family homes were up 8.1%. Pending sales increased almost 40% for single homes. Median sale prices were up 15% for single homes. And then the piece that we were just I was just talking about the monthly supply decreased to 63.2% for single homes. With this tax, for those of you that don't know, this tax is reported to us on the 10th of the month. So we do already have November revenues, which was for October activity. So November for just what the counties report to us. This is gross revenue. For dollars wise, they were up 22.9% for November. And you'll see this in our monthly reports that get emailed out at the end of the month. But I'm just sort of giving you an inside preview. And then
Melissa?
Sure.
Representative Southworth has a question.
Oh,
Representative Southworth?
yeah, thank you. I could have waited till you were finished, but that's fine. I've heard from several sources that high-end properties have been doing especially well. And I wondered if you had seen that, or you just think it's across the board.
We don't actually see what the sales are on. However, I have read that as well, but I had also read that the quickest turnaround is actually on that 200 to 300,000 piece. Those houses, they cannot stay on the market, sort of those first-time home buyers or people downgrading in their homes. That's the market that's going the quickest right now.
Thank you.
Sure. And then the last piece that I just wanted to speak about for November RET, October activity, was that transactions were up 22.1%. So we keep waiting to see that sort of decline to show that inventory shortage, but that hasn't shown up yet in what we've seen. So to move back on to our fiscal year 21 revenue estimates. We adjusted this based on COVID-19 and the loss of revenues due to people, what we called hibernating during the peak months of COVID-19 in the winter months, as well as that slowing construction that I was just speaking about. And then that the spring and December would be a gradual increase and not the same drastic increase we saw during the summer months of this current year. So for our low, thank you, Lindsay, for moving on for the chart. It's a little bit easier to speak to. So we have November plugged in there because November, we already know that we are ending up, actually we'll probably end up a little bit higher than that as some more revenues come in, but we're going to end up somewhere 42 to 46% ahead of plan for November, or $6.6 million up. So November is a pretty solid number. And then we started to do our estimates based on December through June. So our low in December, like I said, we sort of tampered it down to a 13% ahead of plan, and then we dropped it right off for January through June to a 2% ahead of plan. And this has to do, like I said, with the slowing down of construction and an increase of COVID-19 and people sort of hibernating like we spoke to, as well as that inventory shortage happening and us sort of returning back to normal, what we were seeing prior to the pandemic and these large increases. And then our high, we adjusted this for a continued increase in prices. Again, if the price goes up, the rent that's paid goes up. So that price that keeps going up every single month with these bidding wars that are occurring, we showed that would continue to happen. It would be a slow decrease with November being the peak, and we'd slowly drop it, but not as much to the low. So as you can see, we have the 42% for November, which we know, and then a slow decline to 31%, 20%, down to a 10% for March through June, ending with 12% ahead of plan. So the plan for this for fiscal year 21 is 158.4 million. Our low is 168, which is 9.6% ahead of plan, with a high of 177.2, which is 18.8% ahead of plan. This one's a little bit tricky, but happy to answer any questions or thoughts on where you think this will end up.
That's Pat again. Just want to make sure I understand. The Affordable Housing Fund is in the plan number or isn't in the plan number?
It is in the plan number.
Is in the plan number?
Yes.
It hasn't been taken out yet, correct?
It was, I'm sorry, it was accounted to be taken out because it's part of a, it's part of a surplus statement item to be taken out. So the 5 million is removed out of the plan.
Okay, so it is. And then it's taken out of, and then when Chris Shea, you there?
Yep.
Yes,
Representative Brumman.
Looking at your report from today, and has revenues up 6.1 million for this. And the plan was 14.4 million. Does that does or does not include the Affordable Housing Fund?
So the Affordable Housing Fund has been backed out, is my understanding.
In the plan.
That transfer was made out of the general fund to the Affordable Housing Fund. So it's not in your daily revenue report.
Okay.
Because that was restricted revenue and accounted for within the surplus statement.
Okay. So is that taken out, when we're looking at actuals, is that taken out once somewhere along the line, or is it taken out piece?
So that's taken out when the plan's developed. So when Department of Administrative Services puts the plan together for the year, they consider what was in House Bill 1 and 2, and then they make any adjustments as per the surplus statement.
Right.
And so
then
that's
when,
what you see in the plan.
Okay. So when the revenues come in, what you're saying is the revenues we're seeing as actuals are the revenues with that amount taken out?
Yes. Yes, it's been carved out already. It's been restricted at the beginning of the year.
Let me ask you about okay, so it's an end of the year adjustment though, correct?
No, there's no end of year adjustment for that. That's a restricted revenue now, so it's not included in your unrestricted general fund revenue.
Representative Abrami, if I could jump in, I think I understand what you're asking. It was a one-time transfer that happened in September. So it came out in September and that was it. So going forward, when you're looking every month, it's unlike I'm forgetting the name of the transfer we do on a monthly basis.
LCHIP?
It's unlike LCHIP, which comes out every month. The Affordable Housing Fund came out one time in September, and then that's it. So when you're looking month to month, when you're looking only at the month of November, you don't have to worry about it because it only happens in that 1 month.
Right.
But was it removed from what we saw coming in September, all of it?
Yes. Yep. It came out in September.
So September was actually 5 million higher.
Correct. And that's what Melissa pointed out on the previous slide, which I'll scroll out for a second. When you look at, fiscal year to date, we're only 0.6 million ahead of plan or 3 million ahead of prior year. About 1% ahead of plan, just under 5% ahead of prior year. But when you look at our ranges, we're saying 6 to 12% ahead of plan. That might seem a little wonky. That's why, because if you were to put the 5 million back in for the affordable housing transfer, we did perform much better in September and for the year overall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other questions at this time. No other hands are up. So,
Okay, perfect.
Lindsay.
We will move on to the utility property tax. Again, this is pretty simple. Melissa drew the short straw when we divvied up this presentation. I have the much more simpler taxes to talk about. So utility property tax, fiscal year to date, we're 900,000 or 8.9% ahead of plan, 1.4 million or 14.6% ahead of prior year. We note at the top that this UPT, at least to date, does not appear to be significantly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We do note, though, that we do have a negative 10% adjustment that we are applying to January and to the remainder of the fiscal year, April and June, where we anticipate estimated payments coming in. And that is due to a decrease in the estimated values. So the Department of Revenue sets the utility property tax values, and we will be issuing those at the beginning of next month. Taxpayers will true up the amounts that they've paid to date in January, and they will use these new values for their estimates in April and June. So because we are seeing the decrease in the values, we have adjusted plan appropriately. And I will show you that on the next slide. So you will see the minus 10% from plan in January and again in April and June, which results with a 3% reduction from plan for the year. And again, this is really just due to the timing of the new valuations being issued and the associated true ups. So we anticipate the end of the year to land at 43 million, which is down 1.2% from plan of 44.2.
So I have a question.
Sure.
So why is that 10%? That's fairly large.
There's a variety of reasons. One, some taxpayers do have some credits on file, which they will utilize. Two, there's a lot of economic conditions and other scenarios that go into the values. And so those can fluctuate from year to year. We also have seen in past years, maybe a little bit of an abnormal increase in values, and they're kind of right sizing at this point. So we see the decrease. As with any year, we could see new taxable property come online. So going forward, we could see an increase, but the utility property tax does, like I said, tend to fluctuate kind of year to year based on economic conditions, based on valuations and things of that nature.
Could I ask about those credits are they very large relative to the tax?
I don't have the exact numbers in my head. I don't believe they are very large with respect to the tax at this point. As a note, utility property tax overpayments under statute are not refundable unless the property ceases to exist. So they are any overpayments are carried forward as a credit. So if valuations are challenged and we go through the hearing process and a new value is either settled on or determined through that course, any overpayments would result in a credit.
But it's not like the BET, BPT problem.
No. These would just be due to, like I said, fluctuations in the valuations due to the hearings process or any overpayments that we received.
Didn't we have a bill that Representative Abrami knows a lot about that was supposed to stabilize these values?
That's municipal taxing, not state tax, the municipal version of this.
Correct. That's a good point. Both the state values the utility properties and the municipalities do as well. Some municipalities use our values, others do not. But yes, the bill that you're referring to that Representative Brahma worked very hard and long on is related to those municipal values.
Senator Deach has a question.
Yeah, I believe that we had a bill that took the boxes out of the valuation of the utilities. And I believe that may be part of what made the value go down, that they were now considered supplies rather than equipment. I remember that went through Ways and Means.
Did it go through the legislature?
Yes.
In one of those consolidated things.
Yeah, I don't recall that either, Susan.
Yeah, I don't think we saw it. I don't think I noticed it. I went scrolling through all that stuff.
I can look into that a little bit more. That's not ringing a bell off the top of my head either, but we can get some more information.
I have a question though, Lindsay. Do you know if the utilities are slowing down some of their capital improvement projects though because of the virus? That's the only random thing I can think of that would slow because of the virus. Or they now normally replace a certain number of poles, or they may replace other things that increase the value of the assets that are being taxed. I have no reason to even ask the question. That's the only random thing I can think of that would that COVID would have any impact on. Maybe especially in the peak months of the virus when we were all shut down, perhaps they were a little more careful. But I don't know how much it really impacted these numbers. But they are. We know the utilities do improvement projects, and that when they do that, the assets, values go up. The property values go up.
Sure, that is a good point. There's some slowing in their development. And, we look very far into the future about the projected, revenue streams of these utilities as part of how we value the property. And so, like I said, there's a lot of things that can go into this and result in small fluctuations here or there.
That's pretty big.
Thank you.
Any other questions on UPT? Okay, we will move on to business taxes. Melissa. Oh, Melissa, you're on mute.
Shoot, I clicked it. Do you mind starting on the next page? Just so I can start with the.
You want to start on the next page?
Yeah, with the factors to consider, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Okay, business taxes, our heavy hitter. So fiscal year to date, we are 38.4 million or 20.7% ahead of plan. Again, as I spoke to with interest and dividends, and Lindsay spoke to, there is a fair amount of anomalous receivable revenue in here, and that's 18.3 million. So even removing that, we're still 20 million ahead of plan. fiscal year to date. And I just want to note again, this is through October and does not take into consideration November revenue, which I will speak to in a moment. Fiscal year to date for prior year, we're ahead 44.1 million or 24.5%. And again, that has that anomalous receivable. So even removing that out, business taxes are still performing well. What we looked at when creating our highs and lows for this is obviously the effect of the COVID pandemic on business activity, as well as potential for cash flow issues that could affect the ability to pay. The unknown is what and when this federal government stimulus package, the second round, will occur, because we do know that the first round was helpful for these businesses with the PPP in there, as well as the New Hampshire help that was given with the Main Street Relief Fund and the Self-Employment Livelihood Fund. We do anticipate that revenues might not, well, we might have to adjust this now because of November, but there is a small possibility that they could not meet plan, or that they could exceed plan. This is a little bit different than what we had, I think, shared with you with our last revenues, because I think we anticipated quite a nosedive with these taxes, but that has not come to fruition at this point. And with this, this thought that we could exceed plan, this is basically due to September, October, and November month-to-date revenues performing well against plan, as well as other states. We've spoken with other states in the conference that Lindsay spoke about, and I had a revenue conference that I went to, and these other states are also seeing an increase in their plans, increase in their revenues compared to plan for these business taxes as well. So we're not alone in seeing this trend. When digging into this data, it looks like our largest taxpayers have not been impacted by this pandemic as we originally anticipated. We're seeing better performance compared to last year in home improvement stores, medical industries, technological industries, and box stores. Their return and estimate and extension payments are doing pretty well and are really pushing us to be ahead of plan so far. We can stay on this slide. I want you to note that November, that's not our estimate of just guessing that we're going to be 182% plan ahead of plan. That's actually what has happened. Looking at the report that you're going to get tomorrow, we're going to be 20.2 million ahead of November's plan. We do know, again, this was our large companies just driving this increase in payments. That amount obviously is factored into our estimates. We don't think that trend is going to continue with these one-offs, but we did want to account for it because we did know that it was occurring. So again, in the fiscal year 21 estimate compared to plan, you see that 182%, and that's what we have ahead of plan as of November 18th. So when looking at analyzing these estimates, we did it similar to how we had spoke to in our original presentation to you the last time we were here, which is where we looked at each individual payment type that we receive. So return payments, extension payments, estimate payments, tax notice payments, refunds, and we adjusted those compared to prior history, as well as the effects of where we thought COVID-19 would have on those. Because we're obviously talking about a couple of tax years here, and it's based on activity that's delayed on some levels. So we really went down to more of a more finite detail when looking at these types of payment vouchers than we would have in the past. So there's a lot of numbers here. I'm going to go through. Feel free to ask any questions at the end in case it gets confusing. There isn't much difference to our, or there is really no difference between our low and our high when it comes to our extension and return payments and estimate payments. The big adjustments are in the refunds, which I'll speak to, but I just want you to note that. So first off, like I said, we adjusted November to anticipate amount of 35 million for the month. Plan was 12.4 million. And this is based on the revenue received as of November 18th. And then we trended that out for the remaining month to come up with the 35.5 million. So that number is an estimate, but I think we'll get pretty close to that. After November, we started looking at each month individually, and then based on those different payment vouchers that I had just spoke of. So for returns and extension payments, we anticipated a 3% increase for return and extension payments compared to plan, which we applied through December and January. So December through January, returns and extension payments, we think those were going to increase by 3% compared to prior year. This 3% was based on the gain that we saw from March 20 through October 20 compared to prior year. So those returns that came in had already seen a gain, and we anticipated that gain continuing for December through January. This percentage was then reduced to negative 18% for, that should say February, for February through June. So that is a heavier loss. But that makes sense when you think about what we've seen so far was delayed activity that wasn't fully affected by COVID-19 for return and extension payments. And then what you're going to see for January through June are going to be these returns where most of their activity was affected by this pandemic. Mm-hmm. You're going to see our big months in March and April where the returns are due. And then some of the fiscal year filers will continue through that point. So this negative 18%, where we came up with that is we worked very hard going back and forth on trying to find out if we can have any correlation or find out any trend to see if this COVID-19 situation could be tied to anything we've seen in the past. So we started looking at the prior recession, and I want to note that we know that this is very different than the prior recession. But we did see some similar trends when it came to how estimate payments and return and extension payments had performed. So what we did was take what we saw in the prior recession, and then we made some adjustments to correlate it to this economic environment, which resulted in this negative 18%. So that's where we think we'll see this bigger hit in January through June. After we adjusted the returns and extensions, we took a look at the estimate payments, because again, those are a different animal than returns and extension payments. Those are sort of more, can be sort of more real-time data. Estimates compared to plan were reduced by 10% for November through January. So that's sort of the last quarter of 2020 estimate payments that we're receiving right now. So that is full pandemic activity in there. And again, that 10% is tied to how estimates performed March 2020 through October 2020. So we just said they're going to continue to trend out that, they have trended through this entire time. We then adjusted that reduction of 10% to make it 3% below plan for February through June. So we did that for February through June because now you're coming into the next set of estimates for fiscal year 21. And as this pandemic starts to adjust, as well as, a potential government stimulus package, we may not see that large loss of 10%. It may be reduced down to 3% for those estimate payments, as well as that percent correlates to, we talked about it with interest and dividends, that's the estimated GDP loss for the year of the 3 to 4%. With tax notices, we didn't make any adjustments to those. I think when we last spoke, we had made adjustments to those because we anticipated seeing large losses in tax notice payments based on taxpayers' abilities to pay. If you look at our monthly payment type report that comes out, you'll note that tax notice payments have basically resumed to normal. And our collection and audit activity has resumed. So we can assume that those will probably continue to perform as normal and didn't need adjustment. So what I've stated so far for our low, it's the same factors that we use for our high. So here's the difference when here's the difference between our low and high. It comes down to refunds. So refunds for the year were increased by 45%. We essentially increased them by 118% each month through December through June and made some modifications to them. So what we did is essentially adjusted them to match last year's refunds. And, you know, we had a lot of conversation last year about anomalous refunds and anomalous payments. And we know that those anomalous refunds from last year were largely from large corporations. And because the large corporations are driving the increase this year, it wasn't out of the realm or out of our, you know, us anticipating where we're going to land to think that that could happen again this year. We know we saw last year taxpayers making these large payments and then turned around and asked for some refunds on them. So we wanted to put in a factor that maybe when these returns are filed in April, March and April, that in January through June, because we have fiscal year filers in there, that they wouldn't be asking for some of those funds back. So that's our low range, getting us to 17.7 million below plan or 2% below plan. And then our high range, like I said, is basically the same thing that I went over with our estimated adjustments for estimate payments, returns, and extensions, but we did not adjust refunds out. So we left refunds at where we anticipate them coming in this year, which is around 44 million, which is anticipated in plan. And that's where you sort of saw our swing. And that's just with the assumption that what these taxpayers are paying is they're not going to ask for this massive refund back at the end of the year, that what they're paying is pretty true to what they think they're going to pay. And we're just going to see refunds sort of settle in as they normally settle in. So all those adjustments that I spoke about above is where the correlation comes down into the chart that Lindsay just pulled up on the screen, where you see December through June. So in December, you'll see between our high and low, there's only a 1% difference, not too big. But then when you look at January through June, you start to see that larger gap. And those are those refunds being adjusted every month based on how refunds are issued out percentage-wise. And with all of those adjustments, it ends up with being our low is -2% below plan, and our high is 1% above plan. So that gets us to, can you scroll down just a little bit further, Lindsay? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't see it on my screen. So the DRA plan, or the DAS plan is 786.1 million for the year. Our low is 768.4 million, or 17.7 below plan, or the high of 792.2 million being 6.1 million above plan. Happy to answer any questions.
Melissa, Representative Edwards has a question. He's been waiting patiently.
Oh, thank you, Representative Edwards.
Hi, I was looking at the difference between the DRA low and high estimates for the balance of the years. And it looks like, it feels like you have a relatively high confidence level of what you're saying. So the real question is, what do you think the odds are of us hitting that 6% business profit tax is? Like less than 10%, less than 1%? Are we going to get anywhere near that 6% trigger?
Oops. So just to clarify, the trigger is based on fiscal year 20 revenues that will be determined in the final cap that will be released next month. So, and again, the 6% that you're referring to is for all revenues, not just business tax revenues, even though we're potentially triggering the rates. The 6% is 6% above or 6% below the plan for all revenues. At this point, as we spoke to the earlier to this committee, we do not anticipate that there will be a change to the rates, but that won't be determined officially until the CAFR is released.
So thank you for the correction. Could you put your own estimate on that? There's less than a 10% chance, less than a 1% chance.
I don't have great insight into all of the accounting adjustments that go into the CAFR, but based on our revenues that we report to the CAFR, I would not anticipate that there would be a rate change.
Thank you very much. That's why you're a commissioner.
Representative Tommy has a question.
Me? Sorry, I forgot I was not muted just then. Yes, that is already in stone, wherever it is. What I wanted to ask about was what time period in the Great Recession were you using? We ratcheted down 3 times and came slightly up and then ratcheted down again during the Great Recession. And so I think it would make a difference to how you get to this loss in the next year, calendar year.
I can see Lindsay's looking and I'm trying to pull it up. I believe it was fiscal year 9 to fiscal year 10.
Okay.
That's correct.
That sounds like a good choice to me, having had to go through it with great pain.
Okay, Representative Schamberg has a question, and then Abrami and Senator Morse.
Thank you, and thank you all for such a thorough review. In looking forward to developing the next biennium budget, if current law on tax rates is changed downward, should policymakers expect the economy to generate the revenue of the present estimated plan in a new budget or a new biennium budget? Just some kind of take on this. Thank you.
So are you asking what the potential impact to rate changes would be on our revenue projections for the next budget?
Yes, I believe I am.
Okay. As I said, I am gonna go out on a limb and say I am not anticipating that the rates will change. And as Melissa mentioned earlier, we do our revenue estimates based on current law. So we would do estimates based on the law as it is today. And then that's what the surplus statement really does, is take into account those proposed changes and reflect them as part of revenues. What we've seen in the past with respect to fluctuations in the tax rates is that it is not always the case that lowering the rate will be enough to stimulate so much revenue to necessarily make up for the rate change. But again, that can be hard to kind of dissect because there's a lot of things going on in the economy at any given time, and there's a lot of things that impact revenue. So it can be really hard to come, at least from our perspective, to come to a conclusion, a specific conclusion about the actual impact of a rate change, given everything that's going on that impacts revenues at any given time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Right, Representative Brahmi has a question.
Lindsay, hi again. People ask me how business taxes are doing this year, and I say pretty good. But then I always refrain from getting too excited, and I say, well, we got to really see what the next quarterlies look like. So I hold my breath and say, well, the next quarterlies, is that really going to be the point in which we really know which way this is going to go, the next quarterly payments?
I feel like I am always saying, well, we'll know more next month. We'll know more next month. And I've kind of now, I guess, just been resigned to the fact or gotten used to the fact that we'll know more, but we're never going to totally know the answer until after it happens.
Right.
But yes, we are looking obviously to see what happens in December. Those will be fourth quarter estimates for most calendar year taxpayers. That is the time when it is most likely, I think, that they will kind of true up their estimates because it is their last estimate payment before the end of the year. So it is the time when they're most likely to have evaluated what they've paid to date, what their business looks like to date, and maybe make a more calculated payment come December. In many cases, taxpayers take their prior year liability, divide it by 4, and make 4 even quarterly payments. And then we wouldn't see the impact of that, any overpayments there, until we get into return filing season in March and April.
Okay.
I too am often obviously asked about revenue estimates, and I am at this point cautiously optimistic. I will remind folks, if you haven't taken a look lately, refer to our business tax triangles in our annual report that's available on our website. What it will show you is that the vast majority of our revenue comes from a few taxpayers, under 500, under 300, depending on how you're looking at it. And I think that this economic downturn, recession, whatever you want to call it, as a result of the pandemic, as we know, is different from prior recessions that we've seen. But I think one of the ways that it's most different is that it has not impacted all businesses evenly. Prior recessions with just a general economic downturn, all businesses feel some pain. As Melissa mentioned earlier, for every business that we have that's feeling, a large business that we have that's feeling some pain, we have another one that has, seen their revenues explode due to COVID. So this is not impacting all businesses the same way. And I think that might be one of the reasons why we're not seeing the more traditional downturn in taxes when we're in a recession, like we've seen in the past.
Lindsay, can I have a follow-up? Our unemployment rates come down pretty nicely, actually.
Yeah.
Lower than most people anticipated. It tells me that people are working. Obviously, there's certain industries we know, hotels, restaurants, are still hurting, gyms, things like that. But the big taxpayers are generally manufacturers making things that go into other people's products. And I haven't heard any big reports about negative reports about what's going on in that sector. And I think that's kind of what you were saying as well, correct? That
right.
There's really no indication that those businesses have slowed down. And because it really is a supply chain issue with them, because a lot of our companies produce stuff that goes into somebody else's product down the line somewhere. And I just haven't heard of any news reports of major slowdowns. We had that in the beginning of the virus, but I haven't heard lately either. So.
Sure. And one of the recent graphs I've seen about the impact of COVID and the potential trajectory of the economy looks more like a Nike swoosh. You had that quick drop and a quick return, and then it kind of levels off for a while. And so I think that dip was just very quick and short for a lot of people. But as you mentioned, certainly that's not the case for all. And I don't want to have anybody think that I don't think there are businesses that are hurting, because certainly there are. But as I said, this pandemic is just not impacting every business exactly the same. And you have the winners and losers. And for every one of our large companies that might be a loser, there's another winner that's kind of looking to take their place in terms of the top taxpayers. So we just haven't had that across the board decrease in revenue.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Sure.
Senator Morse has a question, and then Representative Stringham.
Right, and Representative Elmy, thank you for inviting the Senate. I just have a question about these numbers accounting for, because this is an easier format than the budget presentation that's happened for the last 3 days, to ask these questions. Payroll protection money, accountants are finally dealing with companies in these last 2 months on where Washington's looking at payroll protection, and obviously New Hampshire is going to tax it. Has that been accounted for in these revenue estimates?
That's a good question. Not specifically. We don't have a specific number that's an adjustment due to the taxability of PPP or other aid. It is just kind of generally accounting for what we're seeing in the broader economy and in the estimates to date. So I think without PPP, other federal aid, other state aid, we would see a decrease in estimates that businesses are paying. They'd be feeling the pain of the pandemic potentially more in certain cases. And so with that aid, I think that's helped bolster their estimates and keep them at the levels that they are at. So we haven't felt the need to make a specific adjustment.
Further question? Is there, Commissioner, is there anyone that tracked the money that came in? Well, I mean, we know what the number is, but is there anyone that's working with all these businesses that we can look at this? Because I think it's significant, to be honest with you, in the fact that most people were being advised not to take forgiveness until later this fall as an application process, and now they're finding out that, you know, no matter what, it's going to be considered a grant. And I mean, I might be overstating that, but in any case, I think it's a huge revenue for the state of New Hampshire. But
the other thing I would note there is that it will be included in, gross income, but to the extent that the PPP money, for instance, was spent on expenses that are generally deductible, so, ordinary business expenses that are deductible, those will be able to be deducted as well. And so the net impact in that situation, if I got $100, going to go into my income, but if I spent that $100 on a deductible expense, the net is essentially zero. But if I received that $100 and didn't spend it and instead invested it or just put it in my pocket for the next rainy day, then that $100 would be taxable. So it's really a business by business decision. And as you mentioned, with kind of the changing federal guidance, it's been hard for us to really kind of get a handle on what businesses are actually doing. But we do have some great relationships with accountants and tax preparers. And so we can certainly reach out to get a sense of what they're hearing from their clients.
Yeah, Commissioner, I just think the $500,000 limit's going to be hit by a lot of small businesses this year, which means they're probably spending it in New Hampshire. And then so it's going to be a multiplier effect. And then on top of all the news that's coming out of Washington, you're going to see year-end bonus that are going to get accounted for. So I would love to see a presentation on that in January, because I think it will have an effect on revenues.
Sure.
And we also have a question from Representative Stringham.
Yeah, I actually was going to address the same issue on PPP. I think there's $380 billion in PPPs that were sent to New Hampshire businesses, and who knows, maybe some other businesses that have a portion of their business in New Hampshire. But at regular tax rates, since a good part of the question has been answered, assuming that it doesn't lead to new expenditures, that could be $25 billion in additional business profits tax or BET revenue in the state. Kind of that's the top end, ignoring any stimulus effects of the PPP loans and soon to be grants. And so I was somewhat surprised that most of the increase is attributable to the few large taxpayers, and was wondering if you thought the PPP part was probably going to be part of the true up that is going on. And then you already answered the question, was whether there was any direct effort to account for PPP and in change revenue, business tax revenue estimates. Thanks.
I think you bring up a good point. My mind, because we originally estimated business tax revenues to be much lower than where they are now, my mind for the December estimates, if they are in fact a true up, would be a reduction. But you make a good point that given the additional guidance with PPP, the true up may be in the positive direction as well. So back to Representative Abrami's point, I won't say it's the last time I say that we're looking forward to data from next month, but we're looking forward to data from next month to see where revenues will come in, and that will help us see, really where things go.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions at the moment. I did want to ask, do you have any thoughts on what will happen if we don't get another fairly large federal government stimulus package and the businesses don't get more help during the winter?
We noted the potential for another stimulus package here as one of the factors to consider. Although how revenues have been performing to date, given that there was excess PPP funds, we have had a number of businesses, and I was going to talk about this in a minute, asking about returning their Main Street or self grants because they in turn figured out towards the end of the year that they don't need the money. I personally don't believe a lack of a stimulus package will have a dramatic impact on revenues at this point in time. Obviously, I think that partially depends on what happens going into the winter, how long this second wave lasts, and any additional restrictions that we see placed on the economy. But if it's just kind of status quo for today, I'm sure that the stimulus package, another stimulus package, would be incredibly helpful. But I think we just kind of have it as an unknown in our revenue estimates at this point.
So you're, I think, assuming no such stimulus package.
We're assuming no, because there is not one that has been passed today. But it is, as Melissa mentioned, something that we are thinking about, but without a specific package, it's tough for us to account for that specifically in our estimates.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no other questions on business taxes, I'll just put up the summary of where we land. Looking at our large taxes at the end of the day, if you combine all the low estimates versus plan, would be 56.3 million below plan at the end of fiscal year 21. If you take all of our high estimates, you'd be 15.9 million ahead of plan at the end of the fiscal year. So this is a bit of a larger range, but obviously there's a lot of unknowns, but hopefully we've explained thoroughly today how we came up with the ranges and informed folks to maybe make your own decisions about where you think we might land within the ranges. If there are no other questions, I would just like to take a moment to do a little bit of a DRA plug, since it's been a while since we've spoken with all of you. We've obviously been quite busy over the last few months. So COVID, as you can imagine, for all of us kind of came out of nowhere to a little bit of an extent. We transitioned a large portion of our staff to working from home. We have approximately 2/3 of our staff that are at home and remain at home. Although, as Melissa mentioned, we have resumed audit and collection activities while kind of keeping an eye to what's going on with the pandemic and the impact on businesses. Since March, there's really a few large things that happened here at DRA. The first that I want to mention is we administered both the Main Street Relief Fund and the Self-Employed Livelihood Fund. So we shifted from collecting money to handing money out. The staff did a great job here, making that a pretty seamless transition. I'm really proud of the amount of money that we were able to hand out between those two programs. And I know I engaged with some of you who had some constituent issues during the time that we were doing that. So that was a large undertaking. And we were doing that at the same time we were going live with our second phase of RIMS. Most of you are probably familiar with RIMS, our Revenue Information Management System, which is our roughly $30 million new technology system. Our first rollout went live last fall with the Meals and Rentals Tax, Nursing Facility Quality Assessment, and the Medicaid Enhancement Tax. And we actually went live on time with rollout 2 at the beginning of October, which includes the business taxes, the interest and dividends tax, and the communication services tax. So that was going to be a big deal regardless of the pandemic and the fact that we were all working from home, but it was an even bigger deal because we were able to pull it off seamlessly. The rollout has been very successful. We're really excited for it. We've received great feedback from businesses and individuals in terms of utilizing our Granite Tax Connect portal. And we're already full steam ahead on our 3rd and final rollout, which will include all of our remaining taxes, like the real estate transfer tax, tobacco tax, etc. And that will go live at the beginning of August of 2021. So I know it's something that we've talked about a lot with both of these committees over the years. So just wanted to share that positive news and that update. And happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. I personally have been using the DRA as a model example for a lot of other agencies and people in other states. I don't think NCSL has paid enough attention to you. But it's been absolutely incredible how well you've made the transition. And I don't know if you're planning on continuing to do more remote work after this.
We do not have any plans at the moment to return staff into the office. As you can see, Melissa is working from home. I'm in the office today, but I kind of split my time between the office and home. I basically come in to sign some paperwork and things like that. Folks have transitioned very well to working from home. We've been very successful, had a lot of support from DOIT, and we're very thankful for that. And for the most part, most of the taxpayers are in remote work situations. And so, you know, for auditing purposes, we're not anticipating audit travel for a few more months, but we've been engaging remotely with our taxpayers, and it's been very seamless. So we had little to no remote work aside from auditing prior to the pandemic. And like I said, now we have over 2/3 to somewhere around 3/4 some days of staff working from home. So it's been, it wasn't easy to start, but folks adapted very quickly, and they've kept up with all of their work at home. And so for the time being, I think the safest place is to have most staff at home. So that's our plan for going forward.
Commissioner Bob Guydick with a question.
Sure. Hi, Senator.
Good to see you again. Thank you for all your hard work in the department and the good people working there. Looking ahead, do you see this new paradigm of working at home as potentially becoming a new model for DRA or perhaps state government in some limited or perhaps more expansive capacity?
Sure, I'll speak for DRA. Like I said, we had very little work from home, which, you know, obviously presented its challenges on days where in the winter where the roads weren't good, or those of us that are juggling young families needing to care for young ones or elderly parents, whatever the case may be. I think working from home, or the ability to work from home, has shown us that we can have a much better balance of the two. Balancing your home with work, I think morale has been positive for the most part. We have had a few employees that have self-identified that working from home is not for them, and they have asked to return to the office, and we have allowed those folks to come back in, assuming that they can socially distance themselves here in the office. I'm hopeful that we can kind of do a hybrid approach in the future. I miss seeing Melissa every day. Her office is actually right next to mine, and now I only get to see her on a computer screen. So I'd like to see her in person more often. But I think now that we have the tools that we have, we utilize Microsoft Teams quite a bit. And the other collaboration tools that we have, I think going forward, we will have much more of a hybrid approach than we did in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's been very helpful and reassuring. I hope we'll continue to feel reassured as of March, April. But it's looking quite well. And I hope you can distribute the answers to the questions that we gave you to everybody on the committee, the people that are going to be leaving, perhaps if they're interested, we I can send individually to the Democrats. I think all of the Republicans are back. We have one retiree and one who lost his election. So this is looking really hopeful. Thank you.
Great, you're very welcome.
Representative
Lindsay,
Almy,
what-
this,
Yes.
Will we
Chris?
be getting copies of this presentation?
We will be getting the link to it, and
Okay.
we all should have what she's been showing us.
Right, thank you.
Right. And aside from that, I think that we're finished.
Representative Almy, this is Chris.
Yes.
I have lottery available to talk to the committee now. We need their time. And I saw that DRA was ending early, so Charlie was graceful enough to get online and be able to talk to you now.
Okay.
And also just to follow up with, if Lindsay provides the question responses to me, we can put it on our website where these documents are located as well. So for those
That would be great.
that may not be going forward, they can access it.
Sure. Thanks, Chris.
And is that okay to bring Charlie on board now, Representative Almy?
Yes. Thank you all, Lindsay and Carolyn and Melissa.
Thank you very much. Nice to see all of you.
Thank you.
So for lottery, we have just a single page about the distribution of the money for the games. And it's left at the estimate that he provided at the beginning of the year that was in our plan as what's likely to come in. But I know there will be questions. Charlie, are you?
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. It is now. Certainly, various portions of our business have declined and various have grown. Most notably, sports betting has increased in the last month, certainly more than we had anticipated. Obviously, the NFL being in play, that matters most. One area we've seen significant decline that's not just during the pandemic, but prior to that, has been the sale of our jackpot games, which is Powerball, Mega Millions, and Megabucks. Last year was a very bad year for us in that area. And we had hoped that that decline was limited to 1 year. Certainly, the sale of those products is declining again this year versus last year. And while in terms of gross revenues, it's not that significant, Powerball represents for us our most profitable product. Every dollar of Powerball essentially returns 41 cents of profit to the state. So a decline in that is actually more costly than other areas. And so that's why you get the revenue estimates you do. I tried to make this as simple as possible to break it out by game type. And as a result, you have the numbers you have now. Like I said, sports betting has increased. Keno also similarly, we're now averaging over $800,000 a week in Keno sales, which puts us at the level of around $8 million profitability. And that's why you have the revenue estimates you do. The rest of them, certainly with the latest transfer, we're above plan significantly by more than, I think it's $4 million now. But given the uncertainty going forward, I'm hesitant to raise guidance, if that makes sense. This is now no longer, the $110 million is no longer the middle of the road. It's now a conservative estimate for your committee and obviously the Senate committee's usage. And certainly, I know I don't want you folks were scheduled for 12:30. I want to leave time for questions and happy to answer any you have as to any of the products we have.
Thank you very much for that synthesis. Do we have questions?
Representative Tucker has a question.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, I see that Massachusetts is considering making the gambling, sports gambling legal this year. How would that affect New Hampshire?
It's a good question. From what my intel says that they're going to wait for next year to pass it, meaning that they wouldn't pass it until 2021. And then the question becomes in what form they pass it. About 80% of our revenues on the mobile internet side for sports betting come from New Hampshire citizens. About 50% of our retail, give or take, comes from New Hampshire. The vast majority the rest comes from Massachusetts, or the vast majority of it. Seabrook Retail, which is the physical location of the former dog track in Seabrook, now called the Brook, does about $1.4 million a week in retail sports betting. The majority of that comes from Massachusetts. Now, mind you, that's a different customer. Somebody who wants to go to a retail sports book is a different customer than someone who uses the phone or the computer. I think a large portion of that stays going to the Brook only because of the environment they've created, as well as the likely location would be the casino at Encore, which is a really difficult place to get to from north of Boston. The Brook is quite easy to get to from the suburbs that line our southern border and the north of Massachusetts, Andover, Georgetown, Rowley, Boxford, those wealthy communities where almost the majority of our revenue at the Brook comes in wagers of $1,000 or more. So those are people walking in with lots of money who are quite well off betting. So I wouldn't imagine it would drop significantly if the mass were to open it up, but it depends on how they implement it, Representative, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Wow. Didn't realize it was that big over there.
Yeah. So the Brook became, Representative, the Brook became the largest facility for DraftKings in the US right now in terms of wagering activity. It's on pace to do $50 million in wagering in that one location.
Jeez. Thank you. Any further questions about this? I noticed that charitable gaming is still down at 3 million. That's that would include some of what's at the Brook, wouldn't it? Or is that straight sports betting now?
Yeah, what I suggested to you regarding revenue was straight sports betting at the Brook, not charitable gambling. But although they are up, once again, $3 million is a conservative number for charitable gambling for the year. They have seen an uptick with the closure of Encore. That Encore closed their tables a number of months ago and hasn't reopened them.
Oh.
So Charlie, does that mean we got the poker players are coming back?
Yes, I think in large measure, Encore was a failed experiment. And I think a lot of folks in New Hampshire visited once or twice and then haven't gone back. Even before the pandemic, their revenues were declining rapidly as compared to what, they got bullied into building a $2.4 billion casino that really would have supported a $900 million casino. So I don't think they're going to have an easy time getting players back after the pandemic is over. They're going to have to pay for them and pay for them dearly.
Thank you.
Wow.
A follow-up, Charlie, how about scratch tickets? Well, that's kind of steady or that decline?
Actually, our scratch ticket sales year over year are up 18%.
Okay.
It's obviously represents not quite the majority, but pretty close to the majority of our revenues. And have been strong, and that's been the case across the U.S. For New Hampshire, it's been localized. In some areas, it's up very much. In some areas, it's flat. Like, for example, the Seacoast is flat. But the Lakes region is up 25%. I would imagine that's a large measure of folks who are staying home and folks who from Massachusetts now live here, or at least live here until the pandemic is over, and playing. Like, we've seen the vacation areas tick up, like North Country is up 24%. Areas like Conway and Bartlett are up significantly, just because I think there are more folks up there waiting out the virus.
Thank you, Charlie. Good.
Interesting. What is mobile internet?
So that is our mobile platform where you could play Powerball, Mega Millions, and buy e-instant scratch tickets. That's been growing. Estimates are 10 million for this year. Last year, I think we're at 4 million. The state receives the majority of the revenue. It's 70 some odd percent. And that's been a growing product, a growing area of revenue for us.
Thank you. And I think Lucky for Life is a interstate game, isn't it?
It is. It's a consortium of 21 states across the U.S. that offer that product. You can win $1 million. You can win $1,000 a day for life. And we're in the early stages of expanding that game. It looks like next fall that game will go daily, whereas now it's drawn twice a week. And that should increase revenues commensurately. Like, for example, we have on this one of your sheet a game called Gimme 5, which is a state game we share with Vermont and Maine. We went from 3 drawings a week to 5 drawings a week and saw an increase in sales more than 30%. So it's one of the sort of given ways we have to increase sales. You know, there's only 3 ways to make money in our business, right? It's to sell more, charge more for it, or spend less. And so that's one of those givens for us, is to, you know, Powerball used to be a weekly drawing, but now twice weekly. Next year, Powerball will go 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. And so we expect that to grow revenues as well. Just another drawing day for folks to play, so that there's not the time between drawings.
Does that make it easier to get, well, no, harder to get a large Powerball if you're drawing all that often?
It should have the same effect. I mean, this past year has been just been bad. The jackpot is a function of 2 numbers: the amount of cash the group has on hand multiplied by the bond factor. And as you can imagine, the bond factor has been abysmal because interest rates are so low. The cash value of the jackpot is almost the same number as the jackpot, I mean, the value of the jackpot. So you don't get these sort of eye-popping numbers like we would previously. And so that's going to have to tick up a little bit to help us. And a $1 billion jackpot happens every so often. It's like a 3-foot snowstorm. I can't predict it. It just shows up when it shows up. So the 3 drawings hopefully will increase the number of jackpots of significance in a given year, but the massive ones are showing up when they show up. It's more likely that it'll happen in a given year, but not a guarantee, certainly. And once we jump the $1 billion chasm, once we have jackpots of $1 billion or more, you know, $500 million doesn't look so interesting anymore, which is remarkable, but it's the case. And we've had good luck. New Hampshire's had 3 winners of a jackpot in the last 4 years, which is statistically ludicrous. We had 2 Powerball winners and 1 Mega Millions winner. And so that's helped, obviously, marketing, but we're going to be running up against a problem with Powerball and Mega Millions going forward perpetually.
Thank you.
Charlie, Senator Gaida?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, good to see you. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any areas of gaming or games of chance that we're not currently engaged in that you might anticipate exploiting in the future, growing our repertoire?
I mean, certainly there's been an effort in a number of years, historic horse racing. And there will be, I know there's an effort again in this next cutting session for sort of introduce that. That would be the largest source of revenue going forward available for you folks to consider.
Thank you.
Charlie, it's Pat again.
Yep.
You brought up an interesting thing. I never thought of it about Powerball and Mega Millions, for instance. There's large pots of money that money does get invested. How does that work? Is it the central, whoever controls the money is investing it, and how does that, how much say they have and how it gets invested?
So the large pot of money doesn't happen until the jackpot win. So like New Hampshire, for example, twice had winners in the last 4 years. Every state hangs on to its money until it's needed to go someplace.
Okay.
And so when we have a winner, we tell the winner, yeah, great, you won. You have to wait 10 days because I need to get 45 states' money first. And that goes through a clearinghouse in Iowa. The Multi-State Lottery Association aggregates all those funds and then sends them to us. And that happens about a week after they win. It takes a while to get that kind of money together. So the money is kept in state, in trust, in past efforts. Some states, governors, not New Hampshire's thankfully, have tried to grab that money as an IOU essentially at the end of the fiscal year to balance a budget. New Hampshire never has.
No, we don't want to do that. But
No, literally, it happened in West Virginia once, where the governor of West Virginia grabbed the money in June, said, "When the winners, we'll pay you next month, basically, to balance the budget."
But does the money get invested though, in a conservative kind of a thing?
So we're an overnight rate. We get an interest. It's a revenue line on our revenue item. We get interest for the overnight rate. It's not much a year.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the state. It's held with the state treasurer, as you can imagine.
Right.
And I think we get credited maybe 200,000 a year for interest.
Okay. All right. Just a curiosity question. That's all. Thank
Yeah,
you.
not nothing, but it's not. I mean, on $110 million, it's a rounding error.
Okay. If there aren't any further questions, thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the House and Senate. Good to see you all. Look forward to seeing you again.
And we have 33 minutes until 1 o'clock when we said we'd come back. So I guess we've got a half-hour lunch. Hope you're all back again. Thank you.
Just so everyone's aware, I'm going to continue the recording. I'm just going to screen share that we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So if you want to stay connected, just mute your microphone and your video until you're ready to come back. And if anyone has problems reconnecting, please feel free to reach me by email. See you in a few.
And Representative Almy, this is Representative Ames. I just want to say that I'm not going to be able to come back after lunch, School Funding Commission meeting this afternoon. So I'm sorry about that. This has been excellent this morning, and thank you.
Well, you will be able to watch the recording afterwards. So thank you for coming. And thank all the senators. Some of them have dropped off already, I think. And all of our House members that came. Have a nice lunch.
Hello? Susan? Susan, are you there?
Representative Griffin, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I can. Susan?
Yes, I'm
Susan,
here.
this is Mary. I have a doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock for my eyes. May I be excused?
Oh, of course.
Oh,
But
all
thank
right,
you
dear.
for coming in the morning.
Thank you.
Hey. Whoops. This way I can't tell who's here and who's not, but except for those of us that turned on our video. Hi, Alan.
That was a wonderful morning.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a lot happened since we were last able to do that.
Well, having the figures on the screen were terrific.
Mhm. Yeah, I do think it's important. It's hard to look between the computer and the figures that you've got. And it's also this afternoon going to be hard for some people shuffling the papers to figure out which place we're at.
Representative Almy, we can ask the agencies to take control of the screen and put their documents up similar to what you.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be wonderful. It really makes a tremendous difference to me. I have trouble because when I wear glasses, it's for distance, and so I'm fiddling around with different.
Yeah, I printed everything out and I wrote notes in it, but the only place in my house where I can put this set up doesn't have terribly good lighting. So when I'm squinting at something off camera, I'm trying to read my notes.
So Jerry, where are you?
Texas.
Where in Texas? Texas is a big state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm outside of Houston, a town called Fulcher, near Katy, Texas.
Vulture?
I got a 5-week-old granddaughter here, so.
A lot of good football players come out of Katy, Texas.
They sure do. A lot of good baseball players, too. A lot of fastball throwers. Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens. And so, when I got down here safe, I stayed clear, got a negative COVID test, and keeping safe distances and from everybody but my granddaughter.
What is your?
Well, you're going to have to quarantine.
On the way back, yep.
On the way back.
So what is her name? Jerry?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, very nice. And what are they calling her, Elizabeth?
So far, yep.
There are a lot of different nicknames for Elizabeth. That was one of my family names. That and Catherine, which also has a lot of variety in it.
It's a great name. We named our oldest daughter that, and she ended up calling herself Sabrielle.
Well, that's an unusual variety.
But she waited until the ancestor she was named after passed away. So, there's at least that.
Right. Well, I think we ought to get started. It's several minutes past 1. And Chris Shea is going to have to be guiding us through who's speaking this afternoon. I think you wanted us to start with transportation.
Starting with Department of Safety, you have Steve Lavoie and Scott available to speak to you. Steve, I think, will lead the presentation. Excuse me. So we just got to bring Steve into the meeting.
Yes. Did you hear that we've asked if you could put up your presentation on the screen?
Steve, you should be in the meeting and you're unmuted.
There we go. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Steve Lavoie, Director of Administration for the Department of Safety. And I'd be happy to share my screen
Right.
for our presentation.
Good boy, Stevie. Yes, Steve, it's me.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
Good, thanks.
There's another of your students.
They're all my students, Susan. They're all my students. I try to be a good teacher. Stevie was a wonderful recipient.
Steve, are you able to share?
Yes.
I am. Trying to and not succeeding.
Hmm.
Let me try again. There it is. How's
Okay,
that?
it's up. Yep.
All right. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. So again, Steve Lavoie, Director of Administration for the Department of Safety, and we'll be speaking today about the Highway Fund, specifically the unrestricted Highway Fund revenues. Just a little bit of background. The Department of Safety collects the vast majority of the revenues for the Highway Fund really in two different areas. One is through the DMV, where all driver-related fees from licensing, registrations, title, and as well as violations are all recorded. And the second is through the road toll, also known as the gas tax. Both of those areas have been impacted differently by COVID-19. DMV revenues have seen a slight impact, but most of the reductions that we're seeing is really due to timing. Timing because we just don't have the resources to process all the transactions as soon as we'd like to. So we expect to see a lot of these revenues shift into future years, into future months. The gas tax, the road toll, is where we do see a significant decline in revenue, and that's because of declined usage. Less fuel is being used, there are less cars on the road, and we're seeing that within our revenues. So the first screen you're looking at here is the overall highway fund as a whole. We'll go over this briefly and then move into the major revenue sources that make up these amounts.
So Mr. Lavoie, I don't know that you're scrolling down. All that we're seeing right now is the title page.
Thank you, Jess.
And it's a beautiful title page.
I wanted you to really enjoy it before I moved on further. How's this?
That was better. The suspense was killing me.
Okay. So you see the highway fund revenue slide number 2?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So as you can see in FY20, there was a decline in our highway fund revenues collected. We're about 4.2% less than planned. FY21, we're projecting to collect 239.3 million, which is about 16.4 million or 6.4% less than our plan. And so, as I had already mentioned, we're seeing declines specifically in road toll, but also some minor declines in estimates for our DMV revenues. So if we move on to the first DMV collection revenue, that's registrations. In FY20, we had an actual increase in registration revenues in FY20 for very strong revenue collections at the beginning of the year before COVID hit. And we carried those forward through the end of the year. So we saw a 3% increase over plan. But FY21, we're not expecting that same amount. We're expecting to go down to FY20 levels to FY19, relatively flat, $121,000 decrease from the plan of 85 million. We're projecting to collect 5% less in FY21 than our pre-COVID levels for the rest of the year. So each month, 5% less than pre-COVID amounts. That's what we're expecting for registration revenues. For motor vehicle operators revenues, these are your driver licenses. In FY20, we collected about $726,000 less, or 5.5% less than planned. That was the 12.6 million. In FY21, we're projecting to collect 8.48 million in revenue, which is only $42,000 less than planned. This is the area, there's a significant decline in revenues here. This is because of the 5-year license renewal period. And so FY21 is our dip year. So we've already projected that dip into the amount. But because individuals need licenses to drive, we still expect to recover those revenues. And again, DMV is working really hard to make sure that they offer enough appointments and opportunities for customers to obtain their driver licenses, even with the new COVID operations that they put into place. I do want to take a minute just to let the committee know a little bit about what DMV's done. They've really worked hard to make sure that they can continue providing service throughout COVID. They did not shut down operations. They had to close physical appointments and walk-in service at the beginning of the pandemic, but they've slowly been building up appointment-based services for individuals to come in person for those transactions that they have to complete in person. They've really done a great job of ensuring that we're still collecting revenue during this period of time. A lot of other states closed their DMV operations, and New Hampshire didn't, and that's really helped us out as far as maintaining revenues flowing into the highway fund. Motor vehicle title revenue is the next slide, slide 5. In FY20, we collected $9.5 million, which is about 1.7% less than planned of 9.7. For FY21, we're projecting to collect 9.5 again, which is 2.7% less than planned. And this projection is assuming a 10% decrease through April, and then a 5% decrease in May and June, assuming that as we get through the worst of the winter and into the springtime, hopefully if there's a vaccine out there, people start getting some economic recovery going, that there might be some more transactions that happen. Motor vehicle inspection revenue. This is an area that's relatively flat. We haven't seen a huge impact from COVID. Again, the laws haven't been changed. You still need to have a motor vehicle safety inspection conducted each year. And so you see the revenues reflect that. In FY20, we collected $4 million, which was 288,000 more than planned. And in FY21, we're projecting to collect $3.8 million, which is $202,000 more than planned, which is a 5.6% increase. So not a lot to really discuss here. This is an area that, that has not really been impacted by COVID. Miscellaneous fees. So there's a couple of changes that you'll see here. The first clearly are the blue bars, which are plea by mail. So in the last budget, in the FY20, FY2021 budget, biennial budget, plea by mail revenues were moved from the general fund to the highway fund. And so that's why you're seeing them reflected for the first time here. Plea by mail and motor vehicle fines, which are from the judicial branch, they're related. So these are fees, these are fines related to motor vehicle violations. And an individual, if you receive a ticket, you have an option of either paying that ticket by mail, pleading by mail, that gets processed at the DMV and recorded directly into the highway fund now. Or you could contest that ticket, in which case you would go to the courts, and through the court process, your fine would either be upheld, dismissed, or maybe reduced. And those revenues are collected through the judicial branch. So for FY20, plea by mail collections were $5.6 million, which was less than planned, about 33.3% less. In FY21, we're projecting $7.5 million in plea by mail collections, which is 10.7% less than planned. And then the judicial branch fines through the courts, we collected 4.7 million in FY20, which was an 11.4% decrease from plan. And in FY21, we're projecting 4.3 million, which is $640,000 less than the plan, the current plan amount being 4.9 million. And those are amounts that we that we work with the AOC on obtaining, making sure that we understand what the court system looks like, how are they able to process, especially with COVID-19. So those are the revised estimates that they helped provide to us. The big decline in violations here has to do with a decline in traffic that we saw. So when the pandemic first hit, there were not as many cars on the road. So therefore there were not as many tickets that were written. As things started to progress and more vehicles became present, we had more people coming into the state. Enforcement efforts were also increased. And so there were more tickets that were being written. And that's why there's an increase in revenue that's projected moving forward. So then unrestricted road toll revenues. This is the big area that I mentioned before that's really been impacted by COVID-19. So we'll go over the numbers and then we can talk a little bit about why we're thinking this is where we're going to land. In FY20, you can see we collected $119.8 million, which is an 8% decrease over plan. So we're over $10 million short from our planned amount. In FY21, we're projecting to collect $117 million, which is an 11.5% decline from the plan of 132. The declines have to do with the volume of traffic that we're seeing on the roads. So typically when we talk about road toll, and I know when I've talked to this group in the past, we talk about price, we talk about weather, we talk about economy. And so those are the three factors that we would consider when developing our plans. Right now, the price for gasoline is low. Price is not really an issue. We've got $1.99 is the average in the state. You'll see it lower in some places. You'll see it over $2 in others, but it's $1.99 is the average currently. And we're expecting the price of a gallon to go down before the end of the year. This is from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the EIA. They forecast gas prices are expected to decline across the U.S. to $1.93 a gallon. And then in 2021, by the end of 2021, increase to $2.17 a gallon. Either way, those are low prices, especially if you go back the last maybe 5 to 8 years or so. So price is not an issue. Weather really hasn't been an issue for us either. We've had great weather as far as for travel and for tourism. There hasn't been a lot of rain. There's actually been, as we all know, there was a drought across the state. So we had too many nice sunny days, some would argue. So weather was not preventing people from driving. So now you get to the economy. And the economy is really where we see the big hit. So if we look at GDP, because of the pandemic, U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, real GDP decreased to by 31.4% in the second quarter of 2020. So that was a big hit, and it was a big hit that happened fast. The GDP has rebounded in quarter three. The expected rate is an expected increase of 33.1%. That's based on their advanced estimates. So we'll see what that really looks like. But that's only part of the story. And so even if we have positive price, positive weather, and some positive economic impacts, we need people on the roads. And so one of the things that we look at when we project these figures are DOT traffic numbers. The Department of Transportation shares their numbers with us, and we take a look at the turnpike system, state highways, the interstates, and they're seeing a decline, year-over-year decline of anywhere from 13 to 20%. That's been fluctuating. It was real bad at the beginning, almost 50%, starting to recover. but now we've got a little bit of fluctuation in that recovery. And that's really been the struggle that we've had internally. And that's really the struggle for anyone projecting these road toll revenues. Where will that plateau happen? I was listening into the DRA presentation, and the commissioner had mentioned that a lot of people are teleworking in her office. They're working from home. And we're doing the same thing here in safety. And so part of that discussion is, as telework becomes more normalized, even after vaccines are administered, and if we're able to move beyond COVID-19, will less people be commuting? And if less people are commuting, then we'll expect less gallonage across the state. And so where is that gap going to be when we compare our road toll revenues to prior years? We originally, our projections from a few months ago, we expected that decline to be at about 5%. So we were assuming a slow and steady increase from now through the winter, and eventually landing at about 5%, maybe January, February timeframe, moving out for the rest of the year. And what we were seeing was supporting that growth. Looking back now on where we are, July, 13% year over year decline. August, we recovered 1%, we got to 12%. September, we gained 2%, we got to 10%. October, now we're only 6% from October's monthly collections from the prior year. But November preliminary numbers just came in. The gas tax, we collect that on the 20th of each month, and our preliminary November collections are about 10% off of prior year. So we made some good gains, but we dropped back down to the 10% range. Based on all of the information that I just discussed, looking at the DOT numbers, looking at our growth curve, and considering where we think we might plateau, we moved that plateau percentage up from 5% to 7%. And that did result in a decline in our estimates for road toll to bring us down to the 117 million, which is about 15.2 million less than our plan.
I have a question for you.
We are currently on road toll projections.
I have a question for you. I have my hand up. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, so you named all the factors. I was waiting for you to say something about making exit 11 off of Daniel Webster toll free. Do you have an idea of how much that decision cost the state?
I do not. So this, the revenues that we collect are for the gas tax. In particular, we call it the road toll, but the toll collections are collected by the Department of Transportation. And so I don't know what that impact would have.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, I think around $600,000 was the number that we were quoted for the loss of that toll revenue. But we could check it with we could check it with the turnpike.
Thank you, Senator.
I think that was the number, and you couple that with the other almost 1 million we're losing because of the bridge, and you can see that that toll revenues are going to go down.
Representative Edwards, we do have someone from DOT on the line, and they could address that for you once Steve's done his presentation.
All right. I'm sorry I got confused by the dual use of the word toll. At least I didn't think we were talking Toll House cookies.
No, it happens. It happens all the time, and just a testament to how we do not like taxes in the state of New Hampshire. But essentially, it's the gas tax that we're talking about. So then the final slide here is the highway fund revenue detail, listing out all the different sources, comparing the plan to the projected, and showing the change. So the bottom line for FY21 is really what you want to be focused on here. So we're projecting to collect $239.3 million, which is 16.4 million less than our plan. And We feel that that's a conservative estimate, not overly conservative, reasonably conservative. Obviously, if things change and we have additional activities on the road toll is driving the vast majority of that loss from plan. But unfortunately, based on all the factors that we're seeing, we feel like this is likely where we'll end at the end of the fiscal year. And I did provide the committee with a version of this that's not in the presentation, so kind of as a working document, which should have the same numbers. And I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Just one, if I might, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Steve, when is the point in time when the gasoline roll toll income, that the 4 cents, is dedicated to repaying the TIFIA loan? When does that happen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. When the TIFIA loan that that DOT took for the paving, when does that repayment schedule begin, when we have to take all of the revenues from the 4.1 increase in the gas tax and dedicate it to the repayment of that loan?
Senator, I don't know when that does start. I would defer that question to Department of Transportation. I'm not sure what the schedule is.
Okay, but
So Senator D'Alessandro, this is Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
Somebody from DOT, Marie Mullen is on the line. So when Steve is done and you have no questions related to Highway Fund, we'll ask Marie to speak to your question as well as Representative Edwards' question.
Oh, great. It just, my point is, when you look at a $15 million change in income, unless that improves dramatically, we're on a path that's going to take us deep in a southerly direction.
Understood. And I think part of it is, and again, I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of this, so I would defer to DOT, but what we're looking at here are the unrestricted road toll collections only, not the restricted portion. And I believe a portion of what you're referring to is part of our restricted collections, but I'd want Marie to speak more to that.
We have Marie on the line now, and she's raised her hand if you'd like her to chime in, Representative Almy. Representative Almy.
Oh, I thought I was unmuted. Yes, we definitely need to hear from her right now to get this sorted out, because it sounds like the money is coming from the unrestricted to the restricted under the TIFIA loan.
Okay, she's on the line now.
Good morning. Marie Mullen, Director of Finance for New Hampshire DOT. So Senator D'Alessandro, to answer your question, the TIFIA, the principal payments for the TIFIA loan would begin in 2025. So currently the loss in revenue we're seeing right now is impacting the commitment we made on the loan for the rural bridge and pavement betterment type expenditures. So we've seen about $1.5 to $2 million decline last year, and we'll see a little bit of a decline over what we were receiving in revenue back, in FY19. But right now that's impacting more on the betterment program and the paving and bridge projects than the principal payments on the loan. That will be in 2025.
But there's, I mean, unless this situation improves, there's a danger sign that's up there, right? And right now it reflects in the money that we're giving to the communities for that bridge work. But going forward, unless things dramatically improve, and there's a couple of things that are happening, electric vehicles and blah 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 and so forth and so on, we've really got to keep an eye on this closely. I would think.
Yes, I would agree. We are seeing changes related to fuel efficiency that impact vehicle miles traveled and the revenue that comes in from the road toll as well. And as far as the TIFIA payments, we are looking at that and looking at the waterfall and how those revenues would impact. And, right now we're still seeing that we have, based on future projections, that we would still have sufficient revenue to meet the principal payments and still maintain the 6.8 million state aid bridge program that's funded through that as well.
This is Representative Almy. Does that mean we're going to be paying out of the regular road maintenance?
No, these are restricted funds that the 4.2 cents that was passed in 2014, those are restricted specifically for the repayment of principal and interest on the I-93 TIFIA loan that was that we received in 2016.
So there's money building up in that fund that will start to be paid out on capital.
It's not building up, it's actually being spent right now on interest on the loan and also for the betterment program. There was a waterfall for that program. So in the law, first 12% goes to the municipalities for block grant aid. Then any funds needed to pay interest or principal. Then 6.8 million goes to the state aid bridge program, and anything left over goes towards the betterment program for paving roads and bridges. So right now, because we've deferred principal, a significant portion of that is going towards road and is going towards paving and bridge repairs for red list bridges that we committed to in the TIFIA loan. So the funds aren't necessarily building up. We are using those currently on paving bridges and improving the roadways on primarily our rural roads in tier 3 and 4 pavement.
So in 2025, we'll start to fall behind again on those things.
Yes, so in 2025, the majority of the funds will be going towards paying the principal, and the funds that were going towards paving and bridges will not be there for that purpose anymore.
Thank you.
Representative Abrami has a question.
Yeah, just on the same theme. So then the grants that are going to the individual towns, the third tier is the towns are getting certain block grants out of this, aren't they? I don't know if I'm using it right, but
That's actually the first priority. So the 12% block grant program, apportionment A and B, that's broken out based on the population and the number of lane miles and bridges each town and city has in their community. That's the first thing that comes right off the top, is that 12% before even the principal and interest is paid. So that is guaranteed. What's the third in line is the state aid bridge program. So
Right.
so that's for municipally owned bridges. And with the current levels and what we're projecting in the future, we believe that that will still be able to be maintained with the revenues that we're seeing. We don't think that there would be a reduction in that program in the future based on reduced revenues, not at this point anyway.
so the event in 2025 will not impact the grants to the towns?
No, it will not.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Marie, this is Chris. Could you respond to Representative Edwards' question regarding the Merrimack toll?
Yeah,
You
the
may have to
Merrimack,
restate that for us if I don't recall at all.
yeah, so that was the elimination of exit 11, the Merrimack tolls. That occurred in January of this year. And yes, the Senator D'Alessandro was correct. The net projection was a net loss of $600,000 per year. So that was about $1 million in revenue and a savings of about $400,000 in operating costs and maintenance. So that's a net of about $6,000 lost to the turnpike system.
6,000 or 600?
I'm sorry, 600,000.
And then this is Representative Edwards still.
Yep.
As long as you're talking about different things on DOT, do you just happen to know what the existing plan is now with exit 4A on Interstate 93? I know that's a spending issue, but I'm just curious if you know, because I have people really concerned about what we're doing with exit 4A.
I do not have that plan for you, but I can follow up and get that information. I know that the engineers and the commissioner, they've been working with the AG's office and with other folks to determine the best approach moving forward with that. So I can look into that and get you that information.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, are there any further questions on the safety part of this? Then maybe we should continue onwards. I don't know, Chris, if you want to.
So you're going to go
over to transportation now.
Not transportation. We're going on to Treasury.
Okay.
And we have the Commissioner for the Treasury, Monica Mezzapelli, and the Deputy Commissioner, Rachel Miller, available for questions. Monica will be doing any primary answering of questions, and Rachel will assist. I'm going to share my screen with the document that came from Administrative Services. And the reason I'm sharing that is because that has the other revenue on it, which includes the revenue for Treasury that you were asking about, which is abandoned property, and then interest and interest on the money that we have in the state.
If I could, is the line 29 interest surplus funds, the Treasury interest that we're talking about?
Yeah, so line 11 is the abandoned property, and then line 29 would include the interest that Treasury would account for.
Right.
And I believe Monica and Rachel are available to talk to you.
Rachel is connected by phone. So if you need to unmute Rachel, it's *6.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Monica Mezzapelli, Commissioner of the Treasury. And I don't have a real presentation for you. Happy to answer questions. Basically, what I can share with you today is the story is the same that I presented to you. I think it was back in May. For abandoned property, our estimates haven't changed for fiscal year 21. Those remain the same because we really don't know what could change until it is the spring time frame when we start liquidating our securities. So that's when we know if our how our revenue is going to be. So the unclaimed property, as you may recall, is property that we have not been able to return in a period of 3 years. So it's property that we have received that has been reported to us, and we have not been able to return to the rightful owner. And so the only variable, we have most of the pieces, and our estimates are based on a 10-year average. So the only variable in this estimate is as I mentioned, as I just mentioned, the securities portion is we liquidate the securities that we receive every year, and when we do that, it really depends on how the capital markets are doing at that time, and that's how we'll know if we will receive what we are thinking or we have received historically, or if it's going to be something different. So in fiscal year 20, unfortunately, the time that we were liquidating our securities, it was a time when the stock market wasn't doing well. At this point, there's really no anticipation that, we really don't know how that's going to be performing. So it will really depend on how the capital markets are doing at the time that we liquidate our securities. So that's really the only variable. Other than that, it really is based on historical numbers. They're pretty consistent year to year. And you know, again, if nothing really changes with the stock market around that time of the year, February, March timeframe, we think that those estimates will be good for fiscal year 21.
Thank you. Has there ever been, do you know, any consideration of liquidating the abandoned property securities over a period of time, the way it's usually done in brokerages? Either buying or liquidating when you've got a long-term plan?
Yeah, that is a great question. I truly not sure about that. The one thing is I know that, I guess what I know is that this has been the way is we do it as a way has been that for some time, and it really is very difficult. We don't time the market, so it's really difficult to know you know, how the market is going to be performing. The other piece is we do have to hold these securities for a period of 3 years. So our goal is to return those funds. And if it comes to the time when it's time to say, okay, we have not returned these funds, and so therefore we can include them as part of this achievement calculation. And that's what we, you know, that's at the end of is supposed to be closer to the end of the fiscal year when we do this process of calculating what we can achieve. So I think it's a combination of, you know, we really need to hold those securities for 3 years and also the time that we liquidate those funds. But I guess what I can do is just to try to find out a little more if something like that has been considered in the past. I just don't have that history with me. But I'll try to find out.
Even if it was just over a month, it would probably smooth this out a fair amount. Because also the people that you're returning funds to that you find will get less if we happen to hit the wrong day in the stock market.
It's true.
Or more.
It's true. But unfortunately, like I said, it's very difficult since this is just the timing of when those securities are liquidated. Time in the market, it would be just you know, for this exercise, it will be a difficult consideration. But yeah. I know other states do consider that. I believe maybe Massachusetts waits, like in the last recession, I believe they waited and didn't sell. But that would really confuse the calculation for, you know, future years. So we thought about it actually in the spring. We thought about holding it, and we decided not to. We just kept. We decided to continue with. You know, the way it has been done in the past.
Right. Well, spreading it over 4 weeks is the safest way of avoiding timing if you're trying to stabilize it a little. But.
Oh, absolutely. So this what happens is we begin liquidating securities. I think we start in February, March. But it does take a few months, so it's not a process of 1 day or 2. It really is a process of several months that these funds are being liquidated. So it's you're right. It's not 1 day. It is just a bad timing. It is a period of time.
Thank you.
Representative Abrami has a question.
Sure.
Unmute yourself, Representative Abrami.
Thank you for that. So when I look at the chart, there's 2 big numbers. I mean, the 3.2 million and then down the bottom, the 4.8 million. So let's talk about the post-retirement. Maybe I missed what if you said something about that. Why is that being reduced? The post-retirement, line 12?
Yeah,
post-retirement.
Thank you
that
for the
isn't
question.
Theirs.
Right, that is not, I believe that's the Ministry of Services that will be able to answer that question. The only revenue that we oversee in this chart is the abandoned properties achievement and the interest and surplus funds.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
But you could answer that same question for the interest and surplus funds. It looks like you expect zero revenue in this year.
That is correct. Unfortunately, I think I do have better news for, definitely better news for abandoned property. For the interest revenue, we do not anticipate revenue or very little at the end of fiscal year 21. And the primary reason is the zero interest rate environment. This zero interest rate environment is expected to prevail until at least fiscal year 23. It is just one of the pieces that, while trying to help the economy, this is really the folks that we would like to earn some interest. That is the the disadvantage of this process. So one of the interest that we will so it depends on the interest rate environment, and it also depends on the cash balances that we have, or cash position, which also depends on the revenue performance. So as we are we're monitoring our cash position, and clearly those levels of decline during the last year. We began fiscal year 29 and 20 with robust cash balances, but that obviously, as the revenue has declined, actually revenue has performed better than anticipated, but we do see it is not the way it was performing in fiscal year 19 and the beginning of fiscal year 20. And again, those earnings are based on those cash balances. So we see in our cash levels and anticipating that those cash levels will decline over time. We do not anticipate the interest. If we have any interest, there are two pieces that we essentially hope to cut. One is to cover the banking costs. We hope to earn enough interest to cover the banking costs, and the other one is, if there's any interest left, there are some dedicated funds that the dedicated funds are entitled to interest. Will receive some of that, and after doing all that math, it is unlikely that we will have unrestricted revenue. We will have interest in this line. So that's really the story for interest, as unrestricted revenue.
Thank you. I believe we hit that point once in the Great Recession too, for about a year or so, maybe more.
That is correct. And I believe in the past, interest was not budgeted. And I think maybe we began budgeting in the last biennium, or maybe the one before last. Just because of that, because the interest rate environment was low for some time, and it was just not something that, to be conservative, that number was not being considered as part of unrestricted revenue. So this year, so fiscal year 21, unfortunately, we reduced that estimate based on what we know right now. And for fiscal year 22 and 23, we're not budgeting anything for interest.
Okay.
And that's really the story. So I'll be happy to answer, any other question you may have.
Are there any other questions for the Treasury?
I'd like to ask Chris, Matt. I'd like to ask Chris a question on that, but we don't want to hold her up. But
yeah,
maybe he knows the answer to number 12, line number 12 on the post-retirement, or do we need to talk to Charlie Arlinghouse about that?
I think we would need to reach out to admin service. Why that number is adjusted. I can do that and then provide that to the committee after the fact.
Yeah, I don't think we need a full session with Charlie, but because that's a big delta. I was just curious about that one.
Yeah.
No, I'll send a question over to administrative services to ask why that went down, and then I'll provide the response back to the participants of this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And in the questions answered that you're going to put up on the website as well.
Yes, yeah. Anything that we get after this meeting, we'll put up on the website.
Great. Thank you very much, Monica.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I think we'll see you on Organization Day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So your next agency is insurance.
Mhm.
And you have the commissioner and Norma Stallings that will be, I believe, speaking to the sheet. You should have a screen share, I think, of the presentation.
Yes, it's already up.
Yep. Okay, good. So I got that right. So I think
You're getting it all right.
bringing the commissioner in and Norma Stallings in to the meeting. And Commissioner, you're ready to go at your leisure.
Thanks, Chris. For those of you who don't know me, I think we met most in May or June. We did this last. Commissioner Chris Nicolopoulos. I am joined with Norma Stallings and a new colleague of hers, Amy Duhame, should be on the call, and my Assistant Commissioner Christy Rice will be here. I will turn over much of the presentation to Norma, but I'm happy to stay on in case there are any questions or discussions we need to have. Norma, you're up.
Hey, Chris, if I might, Chris,
Senator, how are you?
Good, thanks. I was just talking to the Insurance Commissioner of Kansas. She said she had a meeting with you.
We had a great meeting a couple of, I guess it's 2 weeks ago now.
She's a terrific lady and a good friend.
Oh, nice. She's also running for the executive committee of NEIC, and so it'll be interesting to see her go through that process over the next couple of months.
That's good. Well, please, I'll be in touch with her, but if you, please give her my best.
I will. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. We don't seem to have Norma.
Okay. Am I now on?
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
Good afternoon. Okay. For the insurance revenues, we had originally projected $130.9 million. We adjusted that back in the end of May to reflect the changes that impacted from the paybacks and the workers' comp, and also from the shift of the healthcare premium from the marketplace to the Granite Advantage health plan. So those factors are still in play for what our projections are. We have realized a $2 million favorable variance in our fee revenue, and that's comprised of the fees from the agents, producers, the sellers of the insurance and adjusters licenses. There were over 13,000 new adjusters and producers, and I think that revenue was primarily a timing difference, that they got licensed earlier on in the year as compared to previous years. So I don't believe that going through the rest of the fiscal year that $2 million will, be in excess. I think that amount will be absorbed in the renewals, and will still be at the fees originally projected at 18 million as we updated in May. So, and on the current side of things, the property and casualty actuary, he looked at the numbers and we did some slight adjustments, but they were not material. The factors that he did bring into the conversation was the homeowners and commercial rates are rising. The increase in homeowners is combined with increases of property values, and some of those increases are revenue similar to before the recession. At this time, the question was regarding the wildfires and flooding that has been occurring in other states. We do not believe that any of that will have a noticeable impact on the New Hampshire market. Now, obviously, if we do experience some flooding, that kind of changes how things will go, but it won't occur until the calendar year 2021. So that wouldn't impact until fiscal year 2022.
Could I ask about that one? I was under the impression that being insurance, that the companies were spreading the risk over at least entire countries. They aren't? They're doing it state by state?
That's probably a commissioner's answer.
Certainly there are a lot of national players, super regional and national players make up the vast majority of the market. But the taxes that they're paying for insurance premium tax are net premium levels and not profit levels. So even in years where there are higher losses, combined ratios, the premium tax calculation will be the same. What we tend to see is in subsequent years of big catastrophic losses, we tend to see companies limit their risks in certain marketplaces, which then potentially will drive rates up, less competition. But I don't think for our revenue estimates, they'll be impacted directly by catastrophic losses.
So they don't raise the premiums for everybody. They only do it in the market where the disaster occurred.
I think there is some premium impact when there are big losses that everybody feels. But these companies are sophisticated, and what they try to do is they try to spread out their risk. So if they have too much exposure on the coast or too much exposure in wildfires, you may see them become more competitive in other markets where they think it balances out the risk, and less competitive or withdraw from markets where they have too much risk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Insurance doesn't seem to be insurance.
And it's all changing too.
Yeah.
Okay, and as far as the health premiums, they obviously were a number of uncertainties going into the 2021 calendar year. Because again, our revenue for fiscal year 2021 is based off of the premiums paid for calendar year 2020. And we're just about at the end of that. So the new premiums that have been approved for calendar year 2021 actually impact fiscal year 2022. And as part of that, there were some decreases in the premium for New Hampshire, and there are obviously during 2020, many of the insurance companies provided some kind of premium relief or some kind of a cost sharing. And we also saw movement from the general market. The employers paid coverage to the Granite State Advantage plan and also the standard Medicaid. But at this time, we still feel that the 128.2 million is a good number for fiscal year 2021. And that's basically the information that we have at this time. Are there any questions or?
When the insurers provide premium relief provided or waived cost sharing, I don't think that one would reduce the premium tax, but what would providing premium relief after they've put out the policy and charged the premium, would that reduce the premium tax.
Yes, that it should. But again, what ends up happening is some of the people on an individual basis, they may take a higher deductible policy. But again, we're at the end. I believe there was some shift between the employer's coverage and individuals that may have gone on to other coverage, whether it was COBRA, whether it was the individual market that they obtained coverage in.
Just to follow up on that, Representative, in the spring, we saw a number of auto insurers offer premium rebates to their insureds because they weren't driving. There were less claims. There would be a modest impact potentially to premium tax collections based on that. But with the status of the market and with the modest rate increases we're seeing overall, we believe those are going to offset and that there isn't an additional change from plan that's warranted.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, if there aren't, thank you very much for coming.
Thank
you. And my team is going to sign off. We're working on some other projects, but if anybody needs us, Chris can reach us and we can get back on.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Olney, you now have the Liquor Commission up. And
Yes.
I'm going to share their document with you as well. So you have Tina Demers and Commissioner Malika on the line. And once they're done, you do have Mr. Garland from the Department of Justice to talk to you briefly about the Wayfair decision information. And that would end the presentations for today.
We have Ms. Demers on the line, and you'll be able to speak if you press *6, Tina.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, Joe Malika of the Liquor Commission here, and Tina Demers, our CFO. We're happy to be here to give you our revenue update.
Thank you.
On the presentation on page 2, we've provided our year-to-date revenue as of October 31st, where our plan was $42.2 million, and the actual transfer to the general fund at $46.6 million is up $4.4 million or 10.4%. Our total revenue for year-to-date is $58.1 million, and we've transferred $11.5 million to the alcohol abuse or to Granted Advantage. And that's how we come up with the $46.6 million that's been transferred. Our total revenue, the 58.1, is actually 18.3% or $9 million over prior year. And the transfer to Granted Advantage is $9 million or 360% more than we transferred last year. What's not on this slide that I didn't provide is the transfer for beer tax, which is projected to be about $13 million. In line to what we did last year. On slide 3. Sorry. Oh, and we're projecting to transfer another $7 million to the Granted Advantage, but I'll go over that on a next slide. So on page 3, we have our year-to-date sales.
Okay, our year-to-date sales through November 15th, 2020, our total sales are up over last year 2.9% or $9 million. And the total gross profit from sales over last year is 4.1% or the $3.8 million. And the breakdown in those categories is the retail sales, through our outlets are up 3.7% or 8.8 million. That represents 76.9% of our business. Our restaurant partners are suffering through the pandemic, as we all know, nationwide. Here in New Hampshire, they're down 19% or $6 million, and they're about 8% of our business. Our grocery partners are experiencing a nice growth during this pandemic to see 13.2% or $5.4 million. So they're up about 14.6%, and their orders for the holiday period have been heavy as well, so their buy-in is strong. Our miscellaneous, our mixers, our non-alcoholic products through the stores are 68.2, they're up 68.2%, or about $700,000, and they're about 0.6% of our business. And based on the current sales, based on the trends that we see currently, through 11/22/2020, we're up 3.44% right at this point, or just a little over $11 million, 11.206 to be exact.
Okay, so on slide 4, we're providing an income statement for fiscal year 2019 to 21 so that you could see how it all flows through. And at the top, if you look on column B on line 1, you have our total sales, which we're projecting to be up 23.8 million or 3.1%. If you go to row 3, our net sales are going to be up 33.9 million or 4.6%. On row 5, you have our gross profit from sales. I know it's echoing. We're projecting to be up 11.4 million or 5.5%. On line 9 is our net liquor profit, which is our total revenue. We're projecting 146.9 million, which is up 4.9 million or 3.4%. In our original plan, we had the transfer to Granted Advantage based on the RSA 176.16, which was the 5% that needs to be transferred based on prior year's gross profit. So based on that plan number, we would actually be at 136.9 million or almost 5 million over prior year. This would have us about $3 million over our plan. However, based on RSA 126AA3, Granted Advantage can request additional funds based on their shortfall. And right now they're projecting it needing an additional 8.5 million. And that would have our liquor transfer to the general fund at 128.4 million. So right now we're projecting to come in at the 128.4 million with beer tax around 13.1 million. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just jump in. This is Pat Browning. Hi, stay well. You said 8.5 million. You mean 848,000, correct?
No,
I'm sorry, I
didn't.
Oh, I see it down there. 8.5 million. Yep.
Yeah.
I see.
That's the additional transfer that they're asking for, they're requesting.
Okay.
Yep.
I see.
I do wish that the budget committee, the finance committees would put these things in the budget and in the fiscal committee instead of in revenues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Edwards has a question.
Yeah, it's more of a comment. I just want to congratulate you, if that's all right, on line 5 being healthy relative to line 1. It seems to indicate that you guys have some efficiencies in your operations where you're making better profits. So thank you for taking care of our taxpayers.
Well, one factor in that too is that this year we didn't do the promotions where you spend $150 and you get the $25 gift card. Based on the current sales and the market and the trends, we didn't feel that we needed to run those promos.
Brings in a lot of out-of-state traffic as well, so we thought it would be something, at least for the past year during the pandemic, that we wouldn't run, and we're looking at whether we'll need to run them in the upcoming fiscal year or not, depending on what happens cross-market.
I'm going to congratulate you for good business judgment anyways, even if you don't want to accept it.
Well, we appreciate it, and we will accept it because it clearly was good business judgment, and just being able to analyze the market and recognizing that there was additional profit there that we do tend to use as a marketing tool to get people into the state. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Representative Walmy, Senator D'Alessandro had his hand up.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Joe and company, obviously kudos to the Liquor Commission. Great pressure from the outside world, and that has to be recognized. The amount of activity that's taking place on the Massachusetts border is very, very significant, and it's a highly competitive environment. The numbers are good. The transfer, I think, is very important because on the one hand we're marketing, but on the other hand there are a lot of people who we have to take care of, and I appreciate that and appreciate the good work done by the commission. So I would just say the numbers are the numbers. You got to be commended on that and commended on the transfer, because I think that's going to help a lot of people also, which I think is fundamental in this business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Abrami has a question.
Yes. Joe, I know the strategy was to keep some of the smaller stores closed. I know we've been in conversation about Stratham and that's not going to reopen. Are these smaller stores not going to open as well? Is that
Representative, at this point, through November, we've sent out letters to Whitefield, Newport, Hanover Street in Manchester, Jaffrey, Stratham, and Swansea are stores that won't be reopening. However, we do have new stores that we're building now in Epsom, New London, and Littleton. Currently, we have steel in the air in those 3 locations. We have letters of intent on 4 new stores: Exit 17 in Concord, a new store in Manchester in the Gold Street area, a new store in Rindge next to Market Basket, where we currently have a location. That'll be an upgrade from around 8,000 square feet to just under 14,000 square feet. And in Claremont, where we have a 6,500 square foot location next to Market Basket, we'll be going to around a 12,000 square foot location there. So unfortunately, some of the smaller stores had to close, and that's mainly because, not only because of the COVID, but because they don't fit the model. The brand is such that when you draw people here from out of state, they're expecting to see the 13 or 14,000 SKUs that we carry. And unfortunately, some of those smaller, older stores that were kind of swept up in the pandemic don't allow that to happen. But these new stores will allow it to happen, and we'll continue to see great growth because of that.
Right. Any luck in finding a location around the Stratham area, the Exeter location, or is that still ongoing?
Well, we've looked in Greenland. We've looked at a couple of locations in Exeter, but nothing that we don't have a letter of intent in that area yet. But we're continuing to look because we recognized how important that area is. And as you know, we did have a signed lease deal there that unfortunately we weren't able to exercise because of some of the restraints from the town of Stratham. And that was a really unfortunate situation for us because that store would be open now if it could be. But we haven't given up the fight, and we'll continue to look.
I've been trying to help as much as I can on my end on that one. I've been trying to
thank you
all town fathers about this one, but you don't. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for helping us out, and thanks for the back and forth with us on the phone and with the town is always helpful. We try our best to be good business partners wherever we go, and it was an unfortunate situation.
Okay. I understand 100%. Don't worry.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate it.
Okay, could we get an update on how, I think it's called Total Spirits is doing? I heard some rumor that they were failing a little.
Total Wine in Massachusetts. Yep, what they've gone to is they've changed their marketing plans. Originally, when they came in, they marketed a lot of loss leader national brands, and I've had this discussion with Senator D'Alessandro quite frequently. They've gone on to marketing mainly their own brands, their private label brands. So you'll see a lot of marketing that they do in the state now is not competing with us because they're brands that they exclusively carry. And we're fine with that, quite frankly. If they want to advertise what I would consider off brands or no-name brands that are their own to get folks into their stores, that's of little or no consequence to us. Because when the consumers look at their ads, it's not products that they recognize. It's the knockoff brands that they're famous for. So we feel that that's actually helped us in our cross-border because, we're a national brand retailer. So that's what we do. We don't play in that market. It's a highly profitable market, but it's a very volatile market as well. So you're actually flipping people in your stores to off brands, and most consumers will try it once, but they don't come back the second time.
That's interesting. Okay, any more questions about this? Looks like not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Madam Chair. We appreciate your time. Thank you, members of the committee. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Thank you.
So Representative Almy, your last agency is Department of Justice, Mr. Garland, and he's available to discuss the Wayfair decision with you briefly. And I'm going to take the screen share off. So, Mr. Garland, you can start just providing the committee an overview.
Absolutely.
And then they will ask you a series of questions.
Wonderful. Thanks, Chris. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee for having me today. I want to start with an apology. We were supposed to have our annual report out a few weeks ago, and I had hoped to have it to you before today. And that's been delayed. It's drafted, it's complete, and we should have it out sometime either today or tomorrow or next week. But I wanted to come and give you an overview and answer any questions you might have today in person, or as close to in person as we can. So just a general overview of what we're doing to implement Chapter 78E, which is was Senate Bill 242, the post-Wayfair bill. I am the Department of Justice's contact person on this. The Attorney General has named me to the committee that I know many of you, but for those who don't know me, my name's Sam Garland. I'm Assistant Attorney General here, primarily a civil litigator. I work closely with the Consumer Protection Bureau. That the Consumer Protection Bureau takes in most of the contacts that reach out to us from the business community, from individuals. And so I work closely with the team down there. We have others in the Civil Bureau that also work on this issue, both on the litigation side and from the client counseling side, because we do work with revenue. We work with members of the business community as well, and BEA. And so we have a team here, though I think I'm the face of it. In terms of quick overview, we still have not received a notice under Chapter 78E from another state. That is something that we have been trying to find creative ways to encourage states to do, and we have not been successful yet. Our understanding is that the number of states that are reaching out directly to remote sellers in New Hampshire is still relatively small. We have concerns that with budget crunches in other states, that's going to change. And we're closely monitoring to make sure that if there is any uptick, that we are focusing on what states are doing that. We are analyzing the laws of the states that are reaching out to New Hampshire businesses and doing everything we can to ensure that they comport with the state and federal constitutions and with our laws requirements. I have received a small number of communications over the last year from businesses and from individuals. Very few of them have been about direct contacts from other states. I think we've had one or two just in the last year on top of a small number during the first 6 months the law was in effect. I have received a number of communications from businesses that are trying to comply with other states' laws, trying to do it preemptively. And we can't provide those businesses with legal advice, but it is very useful to know who is doing that, what states they are trying to comply with. It gives us a more of a holistic picture of what's going on out there. And I do appreciate that. And I try to encourage any business that is going down that road to reach out. I've also received a number of calls from individuals with questions related to oftentimes when they're purchasing things on Amazon or otherwise, why they're being charged sales tax now. Because that's a change that many of the big facilitators like Amazon have put into place when sales are going to states that have sales or use taxes. We can't, again, provide tax or legal advice, but that is helpful once more to kind of paint a more complete picture of what's happening within the state. For those of you who are either aware or not aware of the Wayfair decision, some open questions that were left in that case were what sort of connection a seller needed to have with a sales tax state in order to be subject to collection efforts. And the Supreme Court didn't answer that question. They said physical presence wasn't necessary, but kind of left open what sort of nexus in legal terms, which is just, connection is necessary. And suggested that South Dakota's law probably was okay, but they didn't definitively rule on that. South Dakota had a few features, including a $100,000 threshold for sales amounts, 200 transactions. They were a member of the streamlined sales tax group, and they had they do not apply their law retroactively. And the Supreme Court, the majority opinion, suggested those are good features. Those are things that we like about this law, but never said they're necessary, never said they're baselines. What we've seen since Wayfair was decided a couple of years ago now was a kind of rapid, I think in tax world, a rapid movement to implementing some, and sometimes all, but often just some of the features that South Dakota had. So the Sales Tax Institute and a number of other online resources keeps an update on what nexus is necessary in various taxing authorities to be subject to their tax rules. And most states have gone in the direction of South Dakota, at least for the minimum gross transaction of $100,000. And some of them have also done the 200 individual transactions. And that actually is in both directions. There are some states that didn't have a minimum or had a lower minimum that have upped it to $100,000. There are a number of states that had minimums greater than $100,000 that have gone in the opposite direction. There are a couple of outliers. A couple big states, New York and California, have kept their thresholds at $500,000 or upped them to that amount. My guess, and this is just speculation, is that they are big enough states with large enough revenue sources that it's not cost efficient for them to go after every single business that may be selling at $100,000, and they've determined internally that the cost benefit becomes worth it at $500,000. There is still one state, Kansas, that has no threshold at all. And that has been a point of controversy in Kansas. It resulted in a disagreement between the Kansas governor and the Kansas attorney general. But as of right now, there's been a proposal to go to $100,000, but it hasn't happened. And that is kind of the one outlier in the other direction. You will see if you were to go, and I can certainly share with the committee links to this, and they will be in the annual report as well. But if you were to go to see what various states are doing, you'll see that some states have kind of staged out their implementation of this over time. So some are already at the limits they're going to be at, the nexus. Some are going to do it over time. But But for the most part, they are coalescing around about $100,000, some of them with 200 transactions. And so those are kind of markers that are consistent with what South Dakota had in the Wayfair decision. In terms of the streamlined sales tax group, we have had some communication with them. There are 23 states that are full participants in that group. There's one state that is I think an associate member. So that leaves 26 states that are not members, and it leaves the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, which are also not members. I think the hope, at least indicated by the Supreme Court majority in Wayfair, is that more states would join that. That would be kind of a centralized clearinghouse for this process. And there hasn't been much movement at all in the 2 years since the decision came down. And so we've had some conversations with them because 24 states is a large collective audience of places that if we could get some sort of acknowledgement or agreement in place with those states all at once, could potentially help our businesses, could potentially help our consumers. We had conversations, kind of very informal conversations early in 2020, but like so many things, that's been largely derailed by the pandemic, and we're just starting to turn back to that now. The one other thing that I wanted to provide an update on before I open it up to questions was, as most, if not all of you are aware, something that has happened in the tax realm recently is we've brought an original jurisdiction action against the state of Massachusetts in the context of their attempts to collect income tax from New Hampshire residents who were working within New Hampshire. That was the culmination of an effort that really went hand in hand with the efforts we were already making in the Wayfair context. One of the things that we've been working on behind the scenes, and we're hoping to make public and still are in the relatively short term, is a formal position that the state of New Hampshire through the Department of Justice is taking on many of the things that I've already discussed, and what other states are doing within the, New Hampshire, and whether that is potentially unconstitutional or otherwise unlawful. But in order to enforce that, we would need to be able to clearly articulate New Hampshire's sovereign interests, and we would likely need to enforce it at the United States Supreme Court. That's the only forum for one state to bring a challenge against another state. One of the kind of unfortunate but unique opportunities that has arisen during the pandemic is an opportunity to test at least our sovereignty theories at the Supreme Court in the context of the income tax dispute. And so a lot of the work that we were already doing advanced when that issue came to the forefront, when it was clear those taxes were going to be imposed, and they were going to be imposed retroactively starting to the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of the work we've been doing in Wayfair translated well into that, and vice versa. We developed our arguments to a point that we were prepared to file them in about a month ago at the U.S. Supreme Court, and that certainly advanced our ability to articulate New Hampshire's sovereign interests in the policy choices that we've made as a state, which in many respects overlap when you're talking about sales tax or income tax. Just the very final point I would like to make is we are not aware currently of any state that is operating inside New Hampshire, collecting sales or use tax or attempting to from New Hampshire businesses in a way that does not comport with the law. But we again anticipate that there's a decent likelihood that as states are trying to figure out how to balance their budgets, this may be something that becomes a priority that maybe wasn't prior to the pandemic, and we have to keep a close look at that. And so we are continuing to monitor, continuing to take in all information we can, and to the extent that you have constituents that are asking questions about this, that have issues with respect to states reaching out, I would encourage and ask that you have them get in touch with our office. It is incredibly helpful. The challenge, of course, is that we can't always provide them explicit advice or help, but it is very helpful as we're figuring out what's happening within New Hampshire and how this is impacting the business community. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here. I welcome any questions you might have.
Representative Edwards has a question, followed by Representative Abrami.
I think you said Edwards, so
Yes.
I'll plunge in. So thank you, Mr. Garland. I just would like to make sure I understand what sounded like a distinction between your early comment and your final comment about other states and whether or not they're complying with the law. You initially, I thought you said there were some states, but you didn't name any that had probed our businesses in search of sales taxes. That was my understanding. And then, and so I just want to understand what sounds to be two different statements.
Yes, thank you, Representative. And that's my fault. I probably conflated two different things. So we are aware through confidential reports that we receive from businesses that are confidential under Chapter 78E of some communications that they've received from other states. It's a small number, and I think I can get a list of the states for you. I don't have it at my fingertips, but it's a small number that have at least, probed is probably a good word. It may be an initial notice or something along those lines. I'm not aware of any firm collection efforts or any audits or things along those lines, but certainly some communications. Those states have reached out directly to the businesses, and we find out because the businesses share it with us through a process that we try to facilitate under 78E. The other requirement in Chapter 78E is a requirement that business or that states that are seeking to collect sales and use tax from our businesses provide notice to the Department of Justice before they start those sorts of inquiries. We do not have any of those notices, and so in one respect, I think the states that are reaching out to individual consumers are probably not complying with our law. They appear to be in a small number of circumstances that we're aware of contacting individual businesses, remote sellers within New Hampshire, and at least sending form notices. But the larger question, I think, before we could bring an action against a state like that, at least in the United States Supreme Court, is what they're doing also inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution? Because our ability to enforce our law is extraordinarily important, but it's not something that the Supreme Court is going to take up. We would have to find another avenue to do it. If it would require basically a violation of the federal Constitution, the Commerce Clause or the Due Process Clause, before the Supreme Court would entertain that sort of action. And that's what I'm not aware of any state that is clearly violating the federal Constitution, particularly given kind of the suggestions but not clear directions that the Wayfair majority put into its opinion. Most of the states appear to be hewing relatively close to those things. And before we could take a position, at the highest court of the land that a state is violating the U.S. Constitution, we would need to be very comfortable that is something that we have clear standing to do. And I'm not aware of any state that where that's the case. And that's frankly why we need more information, because we both need to encourage states to the best of our ability to contact us and provide us the notice they're supposed to. But we need to be aware of what state laws are. I mean, and I can do that independently. And we do keep kind of a running updated list on what's happening. But we want to make sure that what's actually going on the ground comports with the federal Constitution as well.
So I want to thank you because that did clarify my misunderstanding. And then I just have a follow-up, maybe it's a yes or a no. When you hear of a state probing one of our businesses, and you know the state for sure, is the DOJ sending them a letter letting them know of our state law?
We haven't yet. We have a letter that is functionally drafted at this point. It was something that we were going to start doing fairly early on this year. But in conjunction with that, we wanted to release a public position statement that both our businesses and other states were aware of kind of the lines that we were drawing in the sand. That really, frankly, just did not get out in the way that's another document that we have drafted, but didn't get finalized in the way that we were comfortable sending out before both the pandemic hit, which initially took away some resources that are now back on this project, but also before the Massachusetts income tax thing really came to the forefront and provided us an opportunity to develop many of the things that would be in that position statement in the context of active litigation. So I would expect in the relatively short term that position statement will be out and that we will be directly contacting states and kind of drawing our line in the sand that they should be complying with our law. I can tell you that in my conversations with revenue, who are much more aware of what other revenue authorities are doing, they did not seem to think it was particularly likely that other states would ever voluntarily comply with the notice requirement. But finding ways to encourage them to do so is high on our list of things that we would like to accomplish as part of implementing this law.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rep.
Representative Abrami has his hand up. Is it still up?
Yeah, almost. I think most of my questions were answered. I had similar questions. So when we pass our laws, there's no one in these other states that are paying attention to laws of other states. That's what I'm hearing, or they're deciding to ignore them. Or you think they're aware, or they're just ignoring them?
I think that's a question that Revenue would probably be able to answer a little better than me, because usually it's the revenue authorities in other states, the equivalent of our DRA, that would be sending notices, and I think would be the agency that would be contacting our office were they complying with the law. My understanding, though, is that this law caught attention among the tax academics, the tax law world, and also in state taxation law in a way that they're certainly aware of it. My guess isn't that it's kind of a brazen attempt to ignore our law. Really what this case is about, or what this law is about more generally, and frankly what Wayfair is about and what the income tax case is about more generally, is how sovereigns in an age where business is done so much remotely, both in terms of remote sellers, but also remote workers in the income tax context, there are the lines where the lines of sovereignty are a little bit more blurred. Physical presence is not a clear rule anymore that may make sense in the modern economy. And so what I really think is happening is we are staking our position in the law that the legislature passed and the governor signed and that we're implementing, and other states are trying to figure out how much pushback they can give us. I don't think they're doing it in a way to just ignore us or disrespect us. I think it's really as we're trying to find where the proper line is in terms of nexus and due process considerations, it remains in flux. And so I think that's frankly where it is. And that's something that does factor into the constitutional considerations, right? The Supreme Court would not be a forum for us to enforce New Hampshire law. But if we have a reasonable law that states are not complying with, that is something that I imagine we could raise in the context of a commerce law clause or due process argument. And so I am gaining quite a bit of knowledge of this area of law, but we work with outside counsel that are professional tax counsel to help us with this. And one of the refrains I continue to hear is, this is cutting edge taxation law, and a lot of these answers are in flux.
Follow up, please, Susan. So Sam,
yes.
When it comes to Amazon, you're saying that Amazon is complying, that platform, if you will. So our small businesses that may sell through Amazon, to them, it's kind of seamless, I would imagine, that the taxes are just being collected for the states. It's tacked onto the bill that Amazon charges, and it's all seamless to our businesses. Does that seem correct?
That is, I think, largely correct. There are a couple nuances to it that I think can complicate it slightly. First, Amazon, because there are 40-something states that have sales tax, and then there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other taxing jurisdictions within states, so various counties or municipalities. It's very tough even for an entity like Amazon to be on top of the changes in every single potential taxing jurisdiction. And my understanding, which is now a couple months stale probably, my understanding as of the summer is that Amazon was taking the position that it could not guarantee, even if it was providing this particular service to sellers, that it was necessarily complying with other laws, with all of the laws that it could be subject, that the seller could be subject to. So I think it does streamline it quite a bit, but I think that there is always that question, because there's been no congressional action in this arena. You are dealing with a huge range of potential taxing authorities that may have different rules, and Amazon does not want to be in a position where it's providing tax advice. The other complicating factor is I understand that Amazon and other comparable facilitators provide a fee for that service, and so not all sellers are likely willing or able to pay. I think it was something to the tune of 2.5% or something like that to Amazon for that service, and so that means there could be a number of sellers that aren't doing it.
That's a different picture then. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Stringham has his hand up.
Thanks for coming, Sam. I have a question for you. I was wondering if the state has an opinion on this. An individual is living in Plymouth, working at home for a Massachusetts-based business for several years. He's laid off. Where does he file for unemployment? In Massachusetts or New Hampshire?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you, Representative. It's something that I once again would have to defer to revenue ultimately on. I can tell you that in the course of developing some of our arguments and doing the background research for the income tax petition that we filed back in October, that's a question that came up. I don't have a clear answer for you. I can certainly follow up with our outside counsel on that and see if I can get you on. And I think revenue may actually be in a better position to answer that too, because I know we touched base with them in the context of preparing our Supreme Court filings.
So it sounds, I know that there are other facilitators also that are charging to collect sales tax. I didn't realize that the seller had an option on this. So it sounds like as long as there's $100,000 limit on this, that sellers could say, I'm never going to reach 100,000, I'm not paying. But otherwise, their limit for the cost of the administration is going to be 2.5%. Which isn't something we can take to the Supreme Court and say it's an undue burden, I think.
I think that would be a challenge, Madam Chair. 2.5% is a number that comes to mind, I think, with respect to Amazon. I wouldn't hold me to that, and I'm not sure the other facilitators, which would be companies like Etsy, like eBay, like Wayfair, are necessarily. I know part of the complication, at least as of the spring, was that there was no uniformity even in what facilitators were doing, which just adds another layer of complication to this process, which makes a burden on our businesses. But I do agree with the general thought that if we're going to go to the Supreme Court with this, it would probably be a Commerce Clause or due process or maybe privileges and immunities federal constitutional claim. That the US Supreme Court has taken the position in the modern era that even though there is no other forum for one state to sue another, it has discretion as to whether it's going to hear a case at all. And it is only heard in the last 60 or so years about half of the cases that one state has brought against the other. So you need to convince them that it is a matter of national importance that deals with state sovereignty. I frankly think this is an issue that I think Wayfair confirms that this is an issue that kind of checks those boxes in the larger sense. But before the state of New Hampshire could realistically bring that action, I think we'd need to have a pretty clear violation of the federal constitution and clear operation by one state within New Hampshire. That doesn't mean there aren't other options. And so one thing we're constantly thinking about is how, if these issues arise in different contexts, with individual taxpayers, with individual businesses, before administrative agencies, how can the Department of Justice ensure that New Hampshire's interests are vindicated through that? And I don't have any great answers to you about that, but we're not putting all of our eggs in the U.S. Supreme Court basket. And there may be other ways that we can enforce New Hampshire law and enforce, and vindicate some of these interests short of the Supreme Court. But that's the clearest path for us as the state to bring an action. It's really the only path for us as the state to bring an action.
Thank you. And I do, the other states, legislators, at least as in NCSL, people who deal with budget and taxes, are obviously still regarding New Hampshire as a thorn in the side that they're hoping to be able to learn to ignore. So they are noticing us. It's been in tax notes several times.
It has been. And one thing that I didn't provide any update on, but that does happen from time to time, is we do get press inquiries. This is something that that has caught attention of groups like Tax Notes, of Law 360 and other trade journals. It's got some attention in the local press. And we try to be very discerning in when and how we give comments to the press about this, because that's largely outside of our role in implementing it. But it is something that when I speak with outside counsel who's involved in this, who's reading all of the tax notes that come out, who's very much aware of how state taxation is developing, this remains a significant issue several years on. And it's one that I frankly am not sure we're any closer to a clear answer on than we were when the Wayfair decision came out.
We know more about it. Thank you very much for doing this. Does anybody else have any questions?
Representative Bromey's hand is up.
Oh, so it is.
Just more of a comment, Sam. The issue I know when we were working on this a year or so ago, was up to what, 10,000 taxing jurisdictions we're talking about. That's the biggest problem. I mean, it's not just 50 states. It's all the counties and city taxes. So everybody's all a bit of a tax, and not in New Hampshire, but most states, the cities have taxes, counties have taxes, sales taxes on top of. And it has to go to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court has really been crying out, federal legislators, fix this, will you? I mean, that's really what has to happen. It really has to be fixed by the legislature, because this is really complex. I mean, it really is complex, and the court's not gonna. They're gonna throw their hands up again and say, "Oh, geez,
yeah."
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Susan.
You go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm just more of a comment than a.
Yeah. Well, I've been still behaving, since Norm has been not able to do it, as the thorn in the side in NCSL. And I've been firmly told that the general principle of NCSL is that the states shouldn't have to be told what to do by the feds. And that there is no way that they're going to help me do something that would get a state federal law put in that would clarify all of this, because that would be telling each state what to do. So I don't know if CSG has any different position of it, if Senator D'Alessandro is still online, but that's the position in NCSL.
Well, to answer your question, I don't think CSG has a statement on it. I haven't checked with them, but I will check with them. I'm on a conference call with them on the 30th of the month. We could talk about this, but it's an issue that NCSL has been on for a long period of time. I mean, like every time we go to a meeting, there's a proclamation that everyone should get into the sales tax business, and New Hampshire's always been against it. So, we've been pretty consistent in our position, and we'll see what happens. And there are businesses in New Hampshire who do conform, by the way, and who have been conforming for a long period of time. So that's another situation. But anyway,
can I jump in there, Sue?
As Bromley says, this is an issue that involves counties and cities and just it's many jurisdictions.
Because Lou, I think, and Sue, both, I mean, and everybody, it's the solution, because even the states that tax, their businesses have the same problem we're having. Their businesses are having the same problems we are. Our businesses are complying with all of this.
Yeah.
You would think that they'd want to come up with some kind of a unified software, somewhere that would make it easier for people to comply. Not that we want, but right now it's an impossible thing for our businesses to comply. If states would have really pushed this, but on the same hand, their businesses in their states have to comply to all of these 10,000 jurisdictions.
That isn't just us, for sure. Yeah.
My only thought is
you got your hands full. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck.
I have one more update, actually, that Representative Abrami's comment that I neglected to include before is there has been, and I don't think it's been a major movement in this direction, but one encouraging thing that I've seen somewhat recently is the state of Alaska. This may be encouraging more as a national issue and less of a New Hampshire specific issue, because you couldn't get much farther away in terms of the state. But the state of Alaska is one of the examples that is usually held up as having, you know, hundreds of different jurisdictions. It has no statewide sales tax, but each municipality is able to do what it wants. And one thing that has occurred there relatively recently is that the Alaska Remote Sales Tax Commission has passed an optional common definition that does set thresholds comparable to what South Dakota had in Wayfair. It's voluntary, but at my last check, which was not today, but within the last couple of weeks, there were several dozen municipalities in Alaska that had signed on to it. And so there could be a movement, and I'm not saying that you know, that New York or other states that have municipality or county level taxation are necessarily going to go this route. But that was an encouraging thing to see, that there does seem to be a voluntary willingness in a state like Alaska to try to make it more uniform. And so that may be something that we see going forward. But I agree with all of the comments that this is an extraordinarily complicated issue that's going to require congressional intervention. And it's something that Congress has at various points had bills in front of it that would designed to address, and they haven't really made it anywhere. Perhaps, you know, if things continue the way that they have with the pandemic, and perhaps if this is something where states become more aggressive, there may be more movement on a national level. But we are here to continue monitoring. We're here to continue to try to figure out what states are doing, and to ensure that if states are crossing, you know, constitutional lines, we're prepared. We're prepared to do what we can to help vindicate New Hampshire's interests here.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. I'm very glad you came today. Thank you for
Thank you, Madam
keeping
Chair.
us updated.
Of course.
Then I think we can say we can adjourn.
Susan, thank you very much for putting this together. And I appreciate everybody being on and all of the comments, but it was a very worthwhile session. And thank you so much for including the Senate. Appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I'm really glad that a number of you could participate. And Chris Shea deserves about 2/3 of the credit, with Gen 4 having a little, for putting this together.
Representative Valmy, I'd have to switch that and say Jennifer deserves most of the credit, because putting the meeting together is, I think, the most difficult part in running it. I just wanted to make a comment too as well, that if there's any questions that members think of after this meeting, feel free to shoot me an email and I can chase that for you and get your responses. Any questions that were asked during the meeting, I will email the responses to you, as well as put it on the website, on our website.
Great.
So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome. Yes. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Sam. And thank you, everybody. It's really
Happy
nice to
Thanks-
see
Happy
everybody again
Thanksgiving,
before the
everybody. Happy
holidays.
Thanksgiving.
Sam,
And
well,
Abrami, I'm the man of 1,000 questions.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Patrick.
Thank you all.
Buona fortuna.